All right, good morning, everyone. We're gonna go ahead and get started. So it's good to see you all. Today we've got a great presentation, some entomology and invasive species, presented by, we've got Ashley Morgan Olvera. She is the Director of Research and Education Outreach of the Texas Invasive Species Institute. So she'll have a lot more information about all of what that entails. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. Let me. Well, good morning, everybody. What I passed out is pretty much just a handout about entomology, things that you can make notes on and just kind of follow along. Some of the wording might seem a little young. It was stuff passed out to grade school, but it does have snippets of slides that I show you. So then you don't feel like you have to know absolutely everything that I'm talking about.
Yeah, share the screen for that, so people.
Okay. And I do have extras that y'all can take to the people, or I can also email them so that people on Zoom can get that information as well. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
As I said, I'm Ashley Morgan Olvera. I'm still technically on maternity leave. I only have like a few more days, but if I'm a little, foggy, I'm getting into the groove of things again. But I appreciate y'all spending about 4 hours with me today talking about two different things. So the first thing we're talking about today are insects. So, and I didn't mute my phone. See? There we go. All right. More and silence. There we go. So I always like to start at the beginning of things. When we talk about invasives, we'll start at what is an invasive species. With this, what is entomology? Sometimes when you understand the roots of words, it just all makes a little bit more sense. So ancient Greek enton means insect, logia study. So the study of insects, where everything's based together by certain characteristics. There's this German word that doesn't exactly have an English translation that's used a lot in entomology. It's called Gestalt. And it's basically like the overall appearance of something. So maybe not one specific characteristics, but a group of characteristics that help identify, the gestalt of a butterfly is significantly different than that of a grasshopper. All right, so that's just somehow something that is made up where its combination makes up other things. So usually a suite of characteristics. And entomology overlaps into a bunch of other different subjects that are just diverse, like molecular genetics use flies all the time to figure out so many different things. Behavior, systematics, developmental biology, physiology, ecology, morphology. I mean, bugs are used, or insects are used on a lot of things, and parasitology, which is how I fell into it. So I'm actually a parasitologist by trade, but I study parasites in insects. So that's how I'm here talking to you about those today. So insects and parasitology. Just a quick little side note, parasites are things that require another living organism to survive. Again, I am just getting off of maternity leave. I grew a parasite. A baby is a parasite, right? It requires me to survive. It is the best little parasite, but this last pregnancy, it was hard. I'm done. So anyways, parasites are often utilized as vectors. So they often use insects to spread themselves. So that's how insects and entomology and parasitology have a very significant overlap. That's how I got really comfortable with it, studying parasites. Malaria is one of those examples. It uses mosquitoes to spread. Ticks, Lyme disease uses ticks. Assassin bugs help spread Chagas disease, which is a native insect in this area and a parasite that can appear in South Texas. Flies are used to spread a whole bunch of trypanosomes, and then fleas, lice, bed bugs, mites. Those are ectoparasites. So they are the parasites themselves, but they're not inside us. They're something we can see on our skin. So there's a lot of things where they overlap. And then this is just what I actually studied as my master's was these, not these single-celled organisms called gregorins. Aren't they adorable? They're parasites of a bunch of different types of insects. And so that was the main insect that I studied was damselflies. So insects and vectors will come into play a little bit later on. So kind of where do insects fall in the animal kingdom? So I'm trying my best to use the correct words. We'll talk about that in a minute, about why I'm trying not to say bugs or things like that. So this is, I really think it's a cute little, this is the animal kingdom, right? So we're over here in mammals, and then we're kind of gonna focus in on the arthropods. So they're more closely related to annelids like earthworms, mollusks, snails, octopi, things like that. And they're in the phylum Arthropoda. So phylum is the bigger grouping. Arthropod means jointed leg. So this is the largest animal phylum out there, making up over 80% of known living species. There's just a lot of arthropods out there. And then invertebrates are so the arthropods are invertebrates with segmented bodies and jointed limbs. That's what the arthropod means, jointed legs. So lots of legs, lots of bending is what you can think of. And then the segments repeated internally. So the heart line, the gut line, the brain, all of that is repeating alongside. So that's something that's unique to or started first appearing when the phylum Arthropoda arose. So things have repeated components. Well, crabby there. So arthropod, largest phylum, segmented bodies. The exoskeletons are made of cuticle. So a non-cellular material secreted by the epidermis generally consists of 3 layers, right? There's not a quiz on this. It's just this is why insects fall where they are and how things are related to each other. So epicuticle, exocuticle, endocuticle. So it has a cuticle made of, and they are secreted by the epidermis. There's the different levels of it. So there's a lot of waxy coating that's secreted, chitin, and then unhardened proteins as well. That's all that makes up the cuticle. So that's also why some insects or some arthropods like crabs have a very significant hard exoskeleton when other ones may not. It's just a matter of what they're secreting. So along with this exoskeleton that they have, they also undergo molting. So just like we think about a caterpillar going to a butterfly, that kind of grand molting, we've also got grasshoppers that do small molting over time. But our crabs, our lobsters, our crawfish, they undergo molting as well. So that's something that belongs to the phylum Arthropoda, and it's not unique to insects. So here we've got a cicada coming out of its nymph stage. So it's about that time we'll start seeing a lot of those nymph bodies hanging around that have been split open. So ecdysis happens because they cannot stretch anymore. Even like a snake sheds its skins, right? It has to literally get out. So even horseshoe crabs undergo molting. There's a lot of different groups that undergo it because the phylum Arthropoda is very, very large. So sometimes it can be just a difference in body size. The coloration can change. That's something that we see more in insects is with the molting, you're going to see a significant physical change or a noticeable, maybe not significant, but a noticeable physical change in them. Others, it's just the molting can be, it's just a larger version of itself. So where do insects fall in Arthropoda? Right, I'm talking about this huge group of things, like where do insects fall in that? So this is their common ancestor, whatever it might be. You've got trilobites split off first. Chelicerates, so spiders, 8-legged organisms are going to be over here. Muropodia, which is your centipedes, your millipedes, crustaceans, so our crabs and our shrimp, and then our insects. So our insects are kind of more closely related to crustaceans like crabs and things like that. So again, the subphylum Chelicerata, That's gonna be your horseshoe crabs, mites, scorpions, spiders, ticks, right? So a spider is not an insect, a spider is not a bug, right? We'll get into what makes an insect, but spiders are not it. Mites are not it, and ticks are not it, right? If it has more than 6 legs, we'll get to that, then it is not an insect. So spiders have or Chelicerata, they have appendages that appear before the mouth. So oftentimes we might think of like the venom insertion, the fangs of a spider, but other members of that group, they just have mouth parts before their face. And that's what the chelicerae is what they call it. So that's why they're called chelicerata, is because they've got these mouth parts in the very front of them. And then they have a 2-segmented body. The prostoma, opistoma, so kind of a more simplified version of an insect body. Mites and ticks, they have the same 2 body, but they've lost that division. So it looks like it's just one body, but that's something also about parasites. Parasites don't usually have as developed of a structure because they don't need to have developed structures. They physically feed off of something else. So your ticks and your mites don't have to be as developed as a spider is, because they're just going to feed off the blood of something living and make it through life. So in the Chelicerata are the arachnids, so more of what I've been talking about, the spiders, the ticks, the mites. Those are what we tend to think of when we think of the group Chelicerata, are the spiders, arachnida, araenidae. So they form fangs. So in spiders, that Chelicerata is usually formed into fangs, right? So with mites or the horseshoe crabs or all of those will have different structures. It's not always going to be a fang-like structure. So then next we have, so that's where our spiders, our ticks and our mites, our scorpions fit in. Myriapodia. This is where our other like oogie boogies, our creepy crawlies that I tend to call them as well, but they're usually not that bad. Millipedes and centipedes, there is an important difference. Centipedes tend to be venomous, so it's often best to just leave them alone. So how do you tell a centipede from a millipede? So their name suggests, so millipede means 1,000 feet. So just imagine, milli is bigger than centi. Centi is 100 feet. So if it looks like it has a bazillion feet, it's probably a millipede. If it looks like it just has half a bazillion feet, then it's a centipede. So it's really also 1 pair of legs per body segment. So on a centipede, it's 1 pair of legs. On a millipede, it's 2 pairs of legs. So literally double the legs. But also, yes, again, remember, centipedes are venomous. It is an injection thing. So if you get bit by one, it is not pleasant. So usually just like leave them alone. So this is the centipede with the 1 pair of legs per section versus the millipede that has the 2 legs per section there. Arrows. So crustaceans, what this little cutie is, a decapode. So deca means 10, pod means feet, 10-footed. They have 10 legs. So if it has 10 legs, it's a decapod. And that usually means it's something that we eat. From what I've gathered, so it has enlarged pincers. So the chile, so right, you've got the chelicerata in the arachnids, which are the little mouth parts, and then here they've got chile, which are their large pinchers. So it's all kind of somewhat different evolution of similar parts, but usually they have the 10 legs, the large pincher in the first part, and then swimmerets are the other ones as well. And then the head also has a lot of appendages like mouth parts, antennae, antennals, just lots of things coming out of the mouth. If you think about a shrimp, usually has a lot of stuff. So there is a difference between shrimp and prawns. Again, there is not a quiz over this. It's just like, oh, that's interesting. I, for one, do not eat either, but there's a difference. So shrimp are mostly found in salt water. Prawns are freshwater. Shrimp tend to be smaller. Prawns are bigger. They are in different suborders. So there is usually a separation in an order or just a separation in there's usually a physical difference that causes something to be separated from one another. So they do have anatomical differences. And shrimp are in Pliosomata and prawns are in Dendrobrachiata. Shrimp have plate-like gills and prawns have branching gills. So their gills are set up different, evolved differently. That's probably one of the main reasons that they're separated. That, and they also tend to inhabit completely different types of water, right? Usually a freshwater organism can't survive in the ocean. Ocean creatures can't survive. It's a matter of the saline and everything in there. And then shrimp have more of a curled body, or prawns tend to be straight. So there is a separation between those. And then those that usually walk rather than swim are in Rempetenitia. So if you think about shrimping and prawns, right, if they're in the wild, if they're in the ocean or the waterway, they're swimming, right? They're not usually walking as much as would a lobster or a crab or burrowing shrimp. So crayfish, those are going to be actually in this group. Again, you've got the 10 legs because they're all decapodia, but they're in just a separate group, the Repetinatia. Then you also have in crustacea, you've got brachiopods, fish lice, isopods, or roly-polies, those little multi-segmented gray things. Those are isopods, barnacles and copepods. Those are all other different types of groups. Oh yeah, I have pictures. See, that's where I'm like, I know I have things. Okay. Berry, shrimp, and krill, fish lice, roly-polies, barnacles, and copepods. So those are others that are in the subphylum Crustacea. So now we're getting into the good stuff. I know, right? You're like, Ashley, we're supposed to be talking about insects. We're not at insects. We're almost there. Look, there's even an ant in the background. I promise we're getting there. Subphylum Hexapoda, right? So we've had decapods. Now we have hexapods. Just means 6 legs. So hexa, 6, pod, feet. And insects are broken into 3 parts. So instead of the head and the abdomen that spiders had, these have head, abdomen, and then legs often end up being on a different section. So hexapods can be pollinators, basal consumers, scavengers, detritivores, micropredators. Hexapods can be a lot of things. Insect means to cut up. So that's why usually an insect, it looks like you can see its 3 segments usually pretty noticeably, unless it's a larval stage, which we'll talk about. Because I mean, think about again, baby humans, are they fully formed? Like, no, they're squishy potatoes when they come out. So mine is not so squishy anymore, but still a potato and still, but anyway, so you do have some things that are hexapods, but they are not insects, right? So they are 6-legged organisms, but they're not considered insects because this group has internal mouth parts. True insects, so you have entonaphs and ectonaphs. Ecto, outside, naph is mouth, so outside mouth parts. When we think of insects in general, we're tending to think of ectonaphs, so ones that have the mouth parts on the inside. There are wingless former insects that are entonaphs, so their mouth parts are in the inside. So these are like not insects, but they're hexapods. So this is where we're starting to finally get into 6-legged organisms. These are a lot of things that tend to live in the dirt. There are a lot of your detritivores and basal consumers. So a springtail is called that because it has this little furcula, I think, and it will literally spring itself back up if it needs to point at the thing that actually does the thing. Protura, cone heads, called that because they've got this little cone head up front, again, dirt dwelling organism. And then your dipleura, pleura, it's referring to the 2 antennae-like structures that are coming out. So these are all just little non-insects that you will find in the dirt. And so then kind of how do we know that it's not an insect anymore, right? Because it used to be, but now it's not. So arthropods in general, they're gonna have a body with one, two, or more regions, but not three. Insects, they will always have a three-segmented body. So is it an invertebrate with a three-segmented body? You're looking towards insect, again, does the adult have 3 pairs of legs? So 6 legs in total. The adult can have wings, and usually they do have compound eyes. So you've probably seen like the close-up of a fly's eye or a dragonfly's eye, where it's a bunch of little dots forming the larger compound eye. That is evolution that happened in insects, versus other arthropods have simple eyes, so they won't have the million little eyes in one big eye as well. And the adults usually have more than 6 legs. So that's the compound eye right there. There's a little damselfly head. So insects, we know they're in hexapod, which means 6 legs. Insect means to cut up, so it's got its 3 sections: the head, the thorax, the abdomen. And one of the section usually houses the legs. Ectonath means the mouth parts are on the outside. So you've got things like your chewing mouth parts and a lot of them. And then oh, point at the thing that does the thing. So head has 2 antennae, compound eyes. There's almost always antenna on the head. It may not be noticeable antenna, but there's always antenna on the head. The thorax is where the legs are going to be housed, the legs and the wings. So kind of the external mobile parts of the body are on the thorax, and the abdomen, that's where the reproductive organs and excretory organs is. So like that's the business end, right? The thorax helps them get around, and then the abdomen is the business end for them. So just kind of breaking down, this is a velvet ant here that's got its head with its 2 antennae, its thorax with 6 legs and or maybe 2 pairs of wings, right? Wings are not always going to be visible in the insect group that you're looking at. And then your abdomen is the business end. And in a velvet ant, that really is the business end. They're called cow killers because they have a very, you think fire ants are bad. Velvet ants are terrible, just they're really fuzzy, they're quite noticeable. Just go the other way if you ever see one. They're beautiful, but do not touch. Do not touch them. So insect anatomy, this is kind of getting into some of the parts, some of the sections that are in the little handouts and everything. We don't have to. So a lot of these are common terms. Again, with insects, a lot of it's the physical appearance, the gestalt of things. So there is a lot of things that are separated. So it's going to be they're separated because of this feature. So that's why it's always important to kind of just have a feeling for insect anatomy in general. So then you know what they're talking about. So got antenna, head, thorax section again will house the wings and the legs. A lot of their, you'll notice their anatomy is similar to us. So they have a coxa, they have a femur, they have a tibia, tarsus, like our foot bones, and a claw. So that overlapping similar structure as well, just keeping that in mind. Mouth parts will be a lot of how things are separated as well. Some organisms have chewing mouth parts, some have sucking, some have lashing mouth parts like that, but we'll get there. So some of the terms that you will encounter if you're talking about bugs, you've got your compound eyes. Ocelli, those are the simple eyes. So they still, some organisms still have simple eyes. So especially on a grasshopper, grasshopper is kind of like your main insect anatomy organism. It's just, it's nice, it's detailed. And so then also you have your clypeus and your mandible. So just like we have a jaw-like structure, they have jaw-like structure. Labrum tends to be also part of the mouth as well. maxilla labrum. So again, similar names to our facial parts as well. Things that tend to change on them are like your clipus and your mandible. And what I mean by that is this. So it all has changed. So all insects have the same face parts, right? It's just they've modified into different structures, kind of like how an elephant has modified, where we have very similar, we'll have shared occipital bones or shared mandibles, but an elephant has been modified into a different structure. Insects have done that as well. So here you've got the clipus and the mandible. Clipus is the red structure, the mandible is the yellow. So it's just been modified based on whatever their lifestyle is, what they tend to eat. So you have chewing mouth parts, tend to see in your grass eating organisms. So a lot of your garden pests will usually, not always, but they'll have chewing mouth parts, or they'll have piercing, sucking mouth parts. So a lot of your leaf hoppers, psyllids, things like that, they are injecting a proboscis and feeding off of the sap of your plants, just like a mosquito feeds off of our blood, right? So they have piercing and sucking mouth parts. Siphoning tends to be more what like a butterfly does, right? They siphon nectar off of a plant. So it's kind of more of a tube with suction versus a needle-like thing that is being injected into. And then sponging, a lot of flies, they have just like this sponge vacuum mouth part that goes on there. So again, you've got like your butterfly with its siphoning, a mosquito all in there. Right there is the proboscis that then injects you. Beetles also tend to have chewing mouth parts because usually they're chewing through wood or they're chewing through other plant life or carrion and things like that. And then flies with their sponging. Bees also have a siphoning kind of mouth part, like a butterfly, but looks almost more like a mosquito. And then grasshoppers. So that's just kind of the different mouth parts that lead to the separation of different organisms. And then the leg, just like the face, can undergo modifications. And like our leg has the same parts as a giraffe leg, right? But there's been significant changes for them. Their insect legs do that as well. And so that's what I really like about this illustration here on the right, is that, again, all those parts right here. So the red part is the coxa, the kind of the hip joint, all of that. So they just get modified based on what the lifestyle is. The tibia right here, green. And then what I like is some of them grow. So you've got like fossilized legs. This is the leg of a honeybee or bees in general. It's called like a pollen basket. So they've got extra hairs to help them go and move pollen around. And then like this is a raptor style leg. So like praying mantis, that's why they also sit differently. Their legs have just been modified. So again, what I mean, like we have the same parts labeled for their legs and our legs. So femur, tibia, tarsus, and those are what have been modified and tend to have them in different groups. So you've got like your running legs, your pollen carrying legs, digging legs, swimming legs, jumping legs, and grasping legs. So they're modified for what they do. Antennae have also been modified as well. Like there's a lot of modifications. Like there are classes just about insect morphology. So just already assuming everything known about insects and then just talking about morphology of them, because things beget other things. So you've got different types of antennae as well, which should be in your handout. So these will be ones that you'll see. So like a cockroach, I can actually start. I was like, we're not quite at buggies yet, but I'll pass around, get some things done. Like a cockroach has the cetaceous, so just those long hair-like antenna. A lot of our beetles will have pectinate, clavate, serrate, lamellate, flageolate. Like beetles have a lot of different types of antenna, and sometimes certain beetles are grouped together because they have the same antenna. Because they already look like something else, and then the one difference is the antenna. So then that makes them a separate thing. And then this is what geniculate, this tends to be unique to ants, and when we get to ants, we'll talk about, but they're elbowed antennae. So usually if you're looking at it and you notice a bend like you would in an elbow, you're more than likely looking at an ant. Because sometimes when the ants have wings, you're not exactly sure what are you looking at that time. So there are different types of wings as well, right? If we think about it, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, of course there are, right? Dragonfly wings are significantly different from butterfly wings. And then cockroach wings, yes, we have the flying roaches here, right? Those are going to be different than butterfly wings as well. But the cockroach wings are kind of like grasshopper wings. So does that mean that they're more closely related and all those sort of things? And then also how those wings have developed separates them. Beetles, they're known. So beetles are in their own group because they have hardened outer wings called elytra. So that's why beetles always look like tough, or they've just got their exoskeleton seems very pronounced, right? As opposed to like cockroaches seem squishier, but a scarab beetle is going to be crunchier. And that's just because they have elytra. That's what their outer wings are. And then flies are in their own group as well because there are two pairs of wings. The back pair has been modified. It's basically like what our appendix is. It's just a superfluous appendage at that point. It's called a haltere. So also if you're looking at something and you get really close and then you're like, what the heck is that nubbin behind the wing? That also means you're looking at a fly because there's a lot of flies out there that mimic other things like bees. So sometimes you might get close to something, think you're looking at a bee, and then you're like, wait a minute, something's not quite right. And you see those little nubbins, you're definitely looking at a fly. Again, there is no quiz on this, but it's just, they've even done studies on how the wing venation fits into everything and how everything's interconnected. And we're not going to get into that. But there's just even, you can tell an insect sometimes by its wing venation. So a net wing insect, its veins are going to look very much just like a net. And it's a nice little dainty insect that comes to the lights and stuff like that. You're going to be able to tell it from things like a dragonfly and such like that. Even just like if you saw a section of its wing, you'd be like, oh, yeah, that one. But it's just amazing. Look at all of that's so many different kinds of wings. And then you even have where the pronotum is a word that you'll encounter a lot too when they're talking about insect structures. I always try to use more common vernacular, but I mean, you're gonna come into jargon when you're dealing with insects. Like you're always going to come into jargon. So pronotum is kind of the collar, like the collar structure that can either be, if you popped your collar up, it's covering some of your head. If you've got a hoodie, right, it's fully covering your head, but that's still your collar. Pronotums have those kinds of adjustments as well. So in a cockroach, the pronotum pretty much covers the head. That happens in a lot of beetles. Grasshoppers have more of a collar on them, things like that. And then some beetles, their pronotum is also how you can help identify them from other species. So in this picture are these insects. Ooh, yes, they are. So they are insects. They are six-legged. They have three sections. And then it's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see their mouth parts are on the outside. So yes, they're insect. These are larval assassin bugs with eggs. So further going into, so we're in the class Insecta. So now we're only talking about insects from here on out. So now we're going to get deeper into insect orders. Not all the times, but this is a common trend that it helps me associate. So Tara, is often what your order ends in. So Caloptera, Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, Orthoptera, a lot of your insect orders end in Ptera, which I think is because it's referring to the wings, right? Pterodactyl, right? I think wings. So if it ends in Terra, you're probably talking about an order of things. Also, suborders though can also end in Ptera, and then families. So you've got your orders, then your family. Families tend to end in Idae. So your Coccinellidae, Mantitodia, your Mantidae, right? So that might be more of a sign of, okay, they're talking about a family. So orders are Terras, families are Idae, subfamilies are Idae, tribes, which are unique to insects, which still kind of hurt my head when I think about it, they'll end in any. So that's just some things like you might have come across a button, you're like, what the heck? But if you just remember, okay, this is all under this one group. And then, so you've got your order, your family ends in Idae, and then genus and species, that's a free for all. It's scientific nomenclature. So this is definitely on your handouts as well. The very first slide, just common insect orders. One that we won't talk about all of them, but these are ones that you'll definitely encounter, have already encountered, especially if you're, out walking around or digging in your yard or things like that. You're going to encounter them. So how the animal or how an insect is classified. So it's in the kingdom Animalia, right? I backed you all the way up to arthropod. We know that it's an insect class. So this one, its order is Mantodia. So that's one of those. It's not a Terra, Ashley. They're not all Terras, okay? It's just an overall, but family Mantidae comes in. Genus Stagmomantis Carolina. So this is our Carolina mantid, but you don't, it is important to kind of get familiar because that is a problem, which you might have noticed in the plant world, but that can happen with insects as well. Common names can get kind of confused when also you're changing regions. So growing up, I always called cicada locusts. Like that's what the cicadas were locusts to me. And then it wasn't until I took entomology when they're like, no, locusts or those big old grasshoppers, like that's a locust. Like when they're talking about in the Bible locusts, they're talking about grasshoppers. They're not talking about cicadas, right? So it was one of those like, and that's just because down here, like, oh, you hear and we've gotten better down here calling them cicadas, but I just remember they were locusts. And so having to be like, oh, locusts are grasshoppers, but you go to a different region and those common names can mean an entirely different group. So insects go through different stages. So I'll pass around a few. So insects are also known to go through metamorphosis. So I'll start y'all with this. And I'll start y'all with these ones. So metamorphosis is also something that helps identify insects for us. So they have to molt as well, just like way back, right? Arthropods need to molt. So then down here we are more refined insects. Insects also need to molt. Sometimes it's a completely different change. Sometimes it's nothing at all, right? Humans, we don't undergo metamorphosis, right? We start as a squishy potato and then we get more defined into like a potato statue by the end of it. So incomplete metamorphosis. So there are some insects that undergo no metamorphosis. They don't go through significant changes. Incomplete metamorphosis, maybe more of your gradual. We'll show some examples, but I've got a few examples of those going around. So your grasshopper is going to be more of a gradual. And then complete metamorphosis, the one that we're usually most familiar with, right? Caterpillar to butterfly, grub to beetle, right? The significant changes. So no metamorphosis of things like silverfish. Silverfish look like silverfish, no matter which stage they're at this point. Incomplete metamorphosis. This is where you hear the terms nymphs or instars. And again, this is in your packets and everything. So this is where you'll hear things like nymphs, instars. So they resemble the adults, but tend to be smaller, usually no wings. So this is a chinch bug. The final one is black with like some white wings on the back. So it starts as an egg and then it's like black and white, black and white. And it's the wing pads start developing. So also if you're looking at, let's say your plant and you're looking at something and you're like, well, it kind of looks like an adult, but it looks like it's trying to grow some, that's exactly what it's doing. It's wing pads. The wings have to come from somewhere and they come from the wing pads and they develop on the larva or the nymph, the instar, the further it molts along. So as you can see here, it says it has 5 instars before it gets to the adult. So that's basically like 6 molts before getting to the adult stage. There's a lot of things that do incomplete metamorphosis, not just not just things like your grasshoppers. So Hemiptera, we'll get into that. That's kind of a big group. It's what we call true bugs. So that's why I'm even trying not to use the word bugs right now. I'm really trying to use insects because not every insect is a bug. Every bug is an insect, but not vice versa. So I'm really trying to stick to it. So Hemiptera are things like your true bugs, your grasshoppers have incomplete metamorphosis, your cockroaches, your earwigs, your odonates, so dragonflies, damselflies, stoneflies, lice bugs. So there are a lot of groups, leaf hoppers, things like that, that go through incomplete metamorphosis. And we do have one of those going around that shows all the different types of metamorphosis. But to me, I mean, sometimes it says incomplete, but it's like it's still significantly different appearance. So odonates, this is kind of my little bread and butter, right? I studied single-celled parasites in odonates and damselflies to be specific. So you've got your Anisoptera, your dragonflies, and your Zygoptera, your damselflies. So think about it in the fairy tale setting. Your damsels often have to get away from the dragons. So your damselflies do tend to be daintier. They and your dragonflies will more than likely eat your damselflies because the dragonflies tend to be more stout and faster, but they're both predatory. It's just your damselflies are damsel, they're daintier, and your dragonflies are not dainty. And they will bite you as well. So they're just dragonflies are just they're aggressive. But that's they gotta make a living. So they have an egg, a nymph, or we prefer to call it a naiad stage. So their larval stage is aquatic. So if you think about Greek mythology, you have like the water naiads, things like that's exactly where they come from. So they're creepy crowd, like honestly, I mean, that's a damselfly naiad. Even look at that, that's like nice and dainty. And then dragonfly, like even the naiads are very aggressive, very predatory. What's kind of cool is they have this basket mechanism as larvae so that it'll just come out and grab what it's trying to get. It's actually pretty cool and still creepy, but so they are predatory. The naiads are aquatic, but the adults are terrestrial. So they do need to molt, dry out for a day or so, and then they're fully ready to go. So there might be times when you're out, especially in a lake area, maybe you see a dragonfly that's kind of looks a little drunk when it's flying around. It's probably just molted and its wings aren't hardened yet. I don't know. We'll go ahead and skip the life cycle because we do have a dragonfly thing going out right now as well. So how to tell the difference between dragonflies and damselflies besides my, oh, it's dainty and it's not. Oh, let me also hand out. We'll get this dragonfly going around. The eyes. So dragonflies, eyes touch. Damselflies, eyes don't touch. Wings, the way their wings fold is actually the main separation between them. Dragonflies, their wings always lay out flat. If you've ever been out and you've seen something that you're like, that kind of looks like a dragonfly, but its wings are being held like a butterfly. that means you've actually seen a damselflies. So damselflies, their wings fold back. That is the main difference between them. Like that's the anatomical difference. That's where the zygoptera comes for. Because actually sometimes all four of those wings can almost look like they're doing something a little different, almost helicopter-like. And then the naiads are different as well. Right back here, you can definitely see it on the side TVs, but back here are the gills of the damselfly. So the gills are exterior on the dragonfly, the gills are on the inside. So not only is, slender versus chunky, there's a matter of how the gills are kept. That is really the separation. Don't worry, it's not a quiz. It's just look at what's closely related to cockroaches. Cockroaches, everybody's favorite subject. So cockroaches and termites are kind of grouped together. You got your mantids that kind of are most closely related to your cockroaches that laid into. So you've got your American and other cockroaches, and then your termites are kind of further in from that. So the reason termites are kind of grouped in with cockroaches is there's an overlapping group that this looks like a termite cockroach, and that's why they think that they might be related. So, Blatodia or your cockroach, they have chewing mouth parts on the underside. They have those cetaceous antennae, so we had passed that one around already. The head is usually hidden under that pronotum, so their pronotum is more like a hoodie. It's usually covering their head. They're often broad and flattened, right? They have running legs. They have large eyes, and then usually they'll have some ocelli right there hanging out. And so for us, our cockroaches, the adults do have wings, right? There are some adult cockroaches out there that don't have wings, like hissing cockroaches. People are always like, oh, gross, they're so big, but they don't have wings. They can't fly at you. Like that's a comfort to me that it can't just fly and get stuck in my hair. So if the adults have wings, the first pair is gonna be called your tegmina. So like beetles have elytra, cockroaches have kind of this tegmina. It's more of like it's a tough protective, so kind of a little weatherproof on the outside, and the hind wings are going to be more membranous of what usually hind wings are. So that's for flight. So that's how they can catch some good flight. And all the wings have similar venation across them in cockroaches. With termites, the nymphs resemble the adults but are wingless. These are as termites, I mean, they are known to chew wood. That's because they have chewing mouth parts. That's where they live. They live within wood, usually decaying trees, things like that. But with humans being where termites live, termites often end up chewing our decaying wood in our house. And so the adults can have wings, but much like it is with ants and things, the adults have wings to fly and set up a new colony. So sometimes you might see a lot. I feel like last year there were like a ton of alates is what they're called when they're winged and they're ready to go start something. So these alates can have ocelli. Termites overall don't have very large eyes, if any eyes, because they're subterranean. So there'll be a lot of insects that if they don't need eyes, they're not gonna spend time in evolution to have eyes. So most workers do not have them, but your flying ones that are going off to new colonies will, or your queen termite will. And then one other little feature about them is their abdomen. So that's their thorax with the legs, but that little abdomen back there, it has 10 segments. So that can just be a separation factor. So these are one of those, they're social insects. So oftentimes our social insects are termites, ants, and bees are our most social insects. So they also live in colonies just like ants and bees do as well. They can be even considered superorganisms because all the workers and everybody are so closely related that it's like they're just one giant organism with a bunch of different minds, but they're all working for the same thing, which is the queen. And so the queen and her reproduction, almost everybody is female in this colony. Termites, I mean, the males will be there just to help lay a few more eggs, and then the queen can just keep doing what she's doing. So most workers do not have eyes, and then other females are, so this is our queen termite right here. I mean, yes, that's all eggs. That's the 10 segments. So think about those 10 segments. Now you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That's a lot. That's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of eggs, but she's doing her job there. So then we get into our orthopterans. So I'll pass. A tiny grasshopper. Oh, wait, and y'all got this life
Yeah, we
cycle.
got that
See,
one.
I'll got that, so that will pass. These ones around. So I've got a couple different things going around. One of them is a mole cricket. And but we've got a cricket and a grasshopper going around. So Orthoptera are your jumping, your most, not all of them, but most of them. So you've got two suborders. You got your Califera, those are your grasshoppers or your locusts, so the ginormous crop eating organism. Those are your grasshoppers. And then you got your Ensiphera. So your katydids and crickets. So they kind of have, again, we'll go over the anatomical differences, but katydids tend to have more slender legs. A slightly different appearance, and that is again what led to this split of suborders. So they have the incomplete, right, egg nymph adult. The nymphs resemble adults but are wingless. So here you've got the wings on the adults, and here's the nymphs. The adults have two pairs. The outer pair is kind of like it's a little bit more hardened. So especially if you look at, oh, I don't have one where the wings out, do I? No, I don't think I do. So if you ever, or you can even just look at grasshopper wing. But like this section right here is gonna be really hardened, and then the rest of the second pair of wing is gonna be more membranous. So it's almost like not quite as hard as the Elytra, but it's gonna be, the first pair of wings is more hardened. So you've got your grasshoppers versus your katydids and crickets. So katydids and crickets are grouped together. And this is, there we go. So this is that first pair of wings. So it's more narrow, elongated, and it's gonna be a little more hardened, like you can kind of see in this picture. And that second pair is really just membranous. But there are some species where the wings just aren't well developed. But overall, grasshoppers or Orthoptera, I mean, because we're talking about katydids and crickets as well. Overall, they have chewing mouth parts. They have sartorial legs, so sartorial, jumping around. And then the sound that they make is a stridulation. So they've got these, they've basically got a drum right here, a tympanum. So if you're ever in band, a timpani, so a tympanum. And then trying to think of the word, the things that are sticking out of the legs. They rub those against the tympanum, and that is what
That's your baby
creates.
brain at work.
I'm like, that is the baby brain. I'm like, the things that are on the thing. But anyways, they rub those, and that is actually how grasshoppers and crickets are making those sounds. Corrugated bumps, a bump, I guess bump is the word. And then sometimes where the tympanum is also helps separate them. So in a katydid, that tympanum's actually up on their leg, and on a grasshopper, it's more on their body. So body versus leg on where that tympanum is, and that's also why they can sound different. So comparing katydids and grasshoppers, katydids tend to have longer antenna, so they're the ones with the whoosh, big long antenna. And these grasshoppers that I've been passing around, and some of the, you'll notice, you know, the antenna are not very long. Katydids tend to be nocturnal. Grasshoppers will be the ones that you usually see hopping around your grass fields. Again, that's not an end all be all. And katydids are more omnivorous. They will eat things. While grasshoppers are vegetarian, but they overlap each other all the time. And I feel like a lot of it comes down to the antenna and the thin back legs that the katydid have. And grasshoppers, they got thick back legs. They got real jumping legs. I mean, they both jump, but so mantids. I've got a mantid. We'll start that one. Yeah. So the mantid that I'm handing out, that's more of an Asian mantid. Ours are very much like this Carolina mantid where it looks like a leaf, looks like a stick, but they are predatory. They have a triangular head. So that's also how you're going to separate a mantid from a lot of others. So it'll be something, oh, it has a large elongated body. And then it's the one that it has the modified legs for grasping. They're usually one of the only groups that have these raptorial legs. But it's like one of those, the gestalt thing, the combination of the triangular head plus the legs will usually lead you to a mantid. And then the wings fold over and lay flat against their back. What's also closely related to mantids are phasmodias. So sticks, walking sticks. So yes, the stick there. You've got your female being giant and your male being small. Again, the female is large because she has to carry more eggs. They are elongated, they are wingless. Females are much, much longer. The legs are long for walking. So these just would have they have walking legs, right? They don't have digging legs or running legs. They have walking legs and their legs look like it, right? They don't have any sort of growth on them that looks like they could dig, and then that allows them to be slow moving and camouflaged. So oftentimes you'll encounter like a walking stick if you're sweep netting for other things, and then you'll look in your net and you're, oh, there's a walking stick in there because it was hanging out on the tree branch. Hemiptera, so this is that group of true bugs. It is large, it is varied, it is so much of a it's kind of a catch-all. So it also has the incomplete metamorphosis. The egg nymph adult tends to have piercing, sucking mouth parts. Because a lot of them are plant feeders. So a lot of our plant pests tend to be hemipterans, but not always. So most of them will feed on plant sap, and then that's just kind of how the mouth part works. You've got the cover, and then inside is the stylet that would come out. So again, just like we are injected with a needle, their mouth part does that. But that's also how a lot of these species can spread diseases to plants. So just like, if we get a dirty needle, bad things happen. If you got a dirty insect and it's feeding off of your plant, that is how so many plants get sick. So insects are used as vectors, not just for parasites, but for a ton of bacteria and plant viruses as well. Instars resemble adults, but are wingless. Most adults have two pairs of wings, some are wingless. So they are all of these in this group. So your true bugs, your leafhoppers, your cicadas, your aphids, your scales, your whiteflies, your bed bugs. They all do feed on plants. I know bed bugs, we tend to think of, well, they're in our bed. But also they tend, like before us, they resided in wood products and things like that. So but they have adapted for existing with humans. So adults, if wings are present, they're usually held over their body, roof-like in a way. So it's just going to be a variation of how that roof-like can appear if it's a hopper versus a shield bug or another type. Most are small, but cicadas, which I have some cicadas. Here we go, actually. So here is a cicada going around, and then we'll start getting some hinted tone. That's not a cicada. This is a shieldback bug. Got some bugs going around now. So cicada and bugs. A lot of our true bugs tend to be small, but cicadas are large again, you know, that you can't, it's not black and white. You can't say this applies to everything, but usually it applies to the majority. And then you got things like aphids, right? So aphids, they birth live young. What does that have to do with metamorphosis? Nothing. So they are different, but it's kind of one of those, they fit into Hemiptera because they also are sap-sucking organisms. Maybe that's how they are in there as well. And we talked about how that because of that piercing sucking mouth part, that is how they spread so many diseases. And then our aphids are known to secrete honeydew, which a lot of ants use to their advantage as well. And that creates a nice little symbiotic relationship. So here we've got so in Hemiptera, you've got Heteroptera. Hetero means the same things it means everywhere else. Hetero means different, right? Homo is the same. Hetero is different. So Heteroptera just means different wings. What that's referring to is, so these are what entomologists call the true bugs. These are the only things that are bugs to an entomologist, right? This whole thing, not bugs. Only a certain section of my box is bugs. They're all insects. So, so Heteroptera, they're in Hemiptera, but they have physically, their wings are physically different. Homoptera, it's same wings. So your cicada, your leaf hoppers, your basically that means like the texture of the front and hind wings are the same. So as opposed to having these different appearance in the front or back wings, they have the same appearance. So cicadas are a really good example of that. And then aphids are in there too, because most of the time aphids don't even have wings. That's a mantid. It's a praying mantis.
Is that an assassin bug at the top or no?
That's actually a leaf.
On the left, yeah.
Did you see?
Yes, that is.
I don't know. Are we done? I think we're
I
done.
don't know if they made over there.
Did y'all see?
Yeah, I have two of those going
Okay.
around at this point. Thank you.
What is this one?
Ooh, what is that one? Cicada. That one's a cicada.
Pretty in that box.
So Homoptera, some of these more that are the same wings. So these will be ones that you probably encountered in your garden, or you might out in the field. Mealybugs, cochineal scale on prickly pear, citrus whiteflies, aphids. So these are ones that are known to secrete honeydew and scales, mealybugs, whiteflies, they also will have a waxy coating on them. So you might notice that some things might be harder to treat. And it's good they have a protective layer so they may not be instantly susceptible to things like soap and dish soap, dish soap. That's what I'm trying to say. And then again, we talked about these things can spread plant pathogens, and carmine number 4, people are like, oh, that comes from an insect. I mean, yes, it does. It's this thing. This thing growing on the cacti is a scale, which is actually an insect. And yes, it does get crushed up and it helps make carmine dye number 4. So still in Homoptera, we've got our hoppers. So these are going to be your tiny, tiny little things that you usually see hopping around, feeding on your plants. The antennae are aristate. They hold the wings over their body like a roof. They have 2 compound eyes. The tarsi are made up of 3 segments. There is even toe counting in insects, but we're not going to get there. It's just there is a lot of ways insects have been separated, and I'm just trying to give you the overall, this is why they're kind of separated. But yeah, the tarsi, the toes are made up of 3 segments, which is actually an important distinction. And then the hind tibia have 1 or more distinct keels, and then usually our hoppers, they'll have lots of rows of spines on the back leg, and the front wings are not very thickened. So that's kind of why Again, they're Homoptera, their front and back wings are the same. So these are actually two invasive species here in Texas. We've got the Asian citrus psyllid that I'll touch on in the next presentation. And then the red streaked leafhopper. So those are just both plant feeding, same winged insects. So they're Homopterans. Cicadas, which that little guy, that big guy's already gone around. So what helps separate cicadas from others? It has prominent eyes. Look at those wide set eyes. And then actually it does have some simple ocelli in the middle. The front and back wings are the same type of material, right? Membranous wings. And then they feed on the xylem tissue. And much like a grasshopper, they also have a tympanum. So that's how cicadas sing their own song as well. So theirs is more of, I think kind of like clashing these two tymbals together on them or something versus like versus like a striation. So this is more like banging together versus and words. So super family, you're so Cropidas. So these are your frog hoppers and your spittlebugs. Have you ever been out in the field and it looks like somebody spat on a plant and you're like, but how? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Who spat here? Nobody spat, it's spittlebugs. And that's why they're called spittlebugs, because it literally looks like spit. Usually if you look in that spit, you will find a two-lined spittlebug. It's usually what is in there. That is just them feeding on plant sap. So the way it kind of works is they're feeding and then that stuff is just foaming up around them. And then, yeah, I mean, it just looks like somebody spit in the middle. The nymphs are technically the spittlebugs. I think the adults, may not feed, might be one of those. So, okay, most insects that feed on the phloem, the Sarcopenia, use the more diluted sap via the xylem. That's a lot of information past Ashley. So true bugs as well. So now we're in different winged ones. So these are your stink bugs, so shieldback is also a really good term for them as well. Not all of them stink, but usually most of them have this shield on the back, or pentatomids is what they're called. And it's because there's there's 5 sections. I was like, I know there's a reason why. 5 sections on the antenna, I think is why some are called pentatomids. Because I used to think all of them were stink bugs. And then I was like, well, why do some of them not stink? Well, because they're actually a totally different group. And they're not stink bugs. So most live on land, feed on plant sap. So we have touched on this even a little bit. Assassin bugs and chagas. So those assassin bugs fall into this category of the different winged Heteroptera. So usually they have a triangular plate called a scutellum on them. They're known for their piercing and sucking mouth parts. So that's an SEM. I really like that they have the side TVs in here too. That helps out. The antenna, 4 to 5 segments. And then these wings are held flat. So with the hoppers and things like that, those homopterans I kept talking about, they were held up like a tent, roof like. The wings lay flat. So just a way to kind of immediately start separating out things. So your pentatomids mean 5 sections. So I did remember that means 5 antenna sections. So not all of your heteropterans are pentatomidae, but all your pentatomids are heteropterans. Point is, pentatomids are going to be usually your stink bugs, but they don't always stink, but they will be the bugs with the 5 segments of antenna on them. Usually the nymphs are wingless, but are kind of resemble the adult somewhat, a little bit. A lot of them, I mean, are smelly. You squish them, like that's how you confirm you have a stink bug. Does it smell? But like I said earlier, they have like this shield. I like heraldic shield when viewed from above. But they usually have a shield, their scutellum is very shield-like in the end. And their 4 wings are thickened So this is part of their forewings right there. So right there on the sides of their sputum. So that top wing is a little thickened and the second wing is membranous. And that's again, Heteroptera, different wings. So their two wings are different. Assassin bugs, these are the ones, so rejuvenae means hangnail, or so reduvia in Latin means hangnail or remnant. And their theory is that these flanges that assassin bugs tend to have, these little flare-ups, they're saying that that hangnail, that little remnant, is how they were classified as reduvida. So they are known as terrestrial ambush predators. So they will run up and feed. These tend to be, you know, they're not just, yes, they have proboscis, they have plants piercing mouth parts, but a lot of these that fit into a narrow groove. So theirs is pretty cool. They've got like a locking mechanism. When they're not using it, it just locks away into this ridge. Then when it's time to feed, they pop it back out, stick it. And then, so not all of our piercing sucking insects have that mechanism. So it fits into a ridge groove. But the thing about assassin bugs is they do not just feed on plant sap. So a lot of them feed on blood. So that's why some of them are called assassin bugs. That's how some of them are able to transmit parasites and other diseases to mammals, including ourselves, is because they're feeding on blood and they're infected as well. Most are brightly colored, brown, black, red, or orange. And then, so these are the ones I was like, aren't those stink bugs? How come they never sting? Well, no, these are technically your leaf-footed bugs. So look very similar, but they're actually leaf-footed bugs. They go through the same thing, egg, nymph, adult. Their antenna are only 4 segments, right? Pentatomids, 5 segments. Leaf-footed bugs, 4 segments. And on their back legs, they've got a very leafy appearance. That's really kind of why they're separated. They have leaf-like decorations, but it's not always going to be that, you know, apparent, right? Some people have huge noses, some people have tiny noses, right? Do we judge them? No, that's just their nose. So we're not going to judge a bug on if it has a small leaf-like projection. So then you have your thrips. Thrips are not necessarily something that you'll see right away, but these can be pests as well. So thrips are ancient Greek for woodworm. Thrips is plural and singular. So thrips, and then thrips. A group of thrips and then a thrips. Even I'm like, yes, so it's thrips, but they're very small. What's fun about them is their wings. So that's all fringes. It's just these little fringed wings. So it's gonna be a very unique looking organism. Is it large? No. But you will be able to identify it pretty quickly by like, what the heck is this thing that looks like it's got dusters for wings? And they have lacerating sucking mouth parts, and they're actually asymmetrical mouth parts. These are mostly feed on plants or fungi, but some are invasive bad. You've got chili thrips. So, you know, anything's bad if it does too much of one thing. So sometimes they will feed too much and then they will spread diseases or harm the tree. So you've got chili thrips, but then also we've been using thrips to our advantage as well. Actually, this has been happening in Port Aransas. I'm part of the group. I'm not the ones releasing, but I'm involved in the cooperative. They are releasing Brazilian pepper tree thrips. So these are thrips that feed on the invasive Brazilian pepper tree. So we're using biocontrol, using an insect to control a plant. And it's been showing some good reviews. It's definitely helping reduce like the tree budding more and spreading faster. So now we're into the complete metamorphosis. I'm gonna throw this one back around this way. Again, just a reminder for everybody, complete metamorphosis, see it in comparison. So all the other ones were incomplete metamorphosis. They egg, nymph, adult. That was what all that was. Well, I know. Now we're getting into complete metamorphosis. This is the one that we're usually more familiar with because it just gets talked about a lot. Kids find it fascinating because it is. And you'll still hear words like instar, but this is also where you'll start hearing things like pupa and adult. Pupa in butterfly lingo is cocoon. So pupa is going to be the immobile stage in which it is encapsulated and it is changing into something else entirely. So you have your egg, your instars, so they go through molts as well, getting bigger, and then they enter into a pupa. And then whatever emerges from the pupa is an adult. So holometabolic larval form. So holo means complete. So holometabolic, complete change. So yeah, there is even, we already talked about, of course, there's different wings and antennae. Yes, there's different larval forms of organisms that go through complete metamorphosis. So sometimes looking at one of these squishy creatures, you can get an idea of what you're even looking at. Like, are you looking at a caterpillar versus are you looking at a sawfly larva or a beetle or a chafer larva, or more of a grub? So your scarabideiform, so your grub-like ones tend to be your beetles. Uriciform, those are your butterfly or your caterpillars. Caterpillars are known for having prolegs, false legs. In the end, caterpillars, just like the adults, they only have 3 pairs of legs, but they got a bunch of nubbins to be misleading. And that's all just kind of a protection mechanism because, if the predator might be able to bite them somewhere else, but if they can still get away. And then you might have things that are maggot-like, so veriform, and then elateriforms, wireworms, so longer. So even the shape of the larva can give you an idea of what kind of insect am I even looking at. Yeah, again, not a quiz, there's no quiz, but it's just even the movement is different. So you've got some larvae that are highly mobile, polypod, lots of movement. Those will be things like your caterpillars, your inchworms, right? The ones that go whoop, 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 whoop. So those are caterpillars, but their feet are set up differently, and that's how they're able to inch. Your oligopod, so those will be, they have no prolegs. So polyplods, they have those fake legs, those prolegs. Oligopod, no prolegs, but they still have legs to move around. So they're still able to move in obligation. And then apod larvae, they have no legs. They're just chunks. Like they're usually gonna be like your bark beetles or things where like they are encased in their environment, so they don't need legs, they just need a good mouth to chew and get through where they're going. Won't get into all this, but just kind of words that you could come across. So there's different types of pupa as well. So we talked about the instars looking different. Even the pupa can look different. So butterflies and moths tend to have an obtect pupa. That means everything is enclosed. The legs, the other appendages, everything is inside that cocoon. Beetles, flies. Then there are some that, like some lacewings, beetles, and wasps, not everything is fully encased, right? Like, yes, those legs are encased, but it's not all one big casing, right? It's kind of like a little bit of the parts are sticking out. So it's not fully encased. The appendages are free. And then you have coarctate, where the pupa develop inside of the larval skin. So it almost looks like a live metabolism, a live metamorphosis is what I'm trying to understand. I don't know. I stay away from flies in general. Flies are just mosquitoes or flies. Bleh. So, but there are some where it almost like they just come out of the larva as the adult as well. But usually these will be the ones that we'll see. So we see a lot of obtect with our butterflies and beetles, but also a lot of our beetles and our wasps and our bees, right? If you've ever seen a bee undergoing metamorphosis, it's going to look more like the one with the legs out. So your lace wings, we briefly talked about those when we were talking about wing venation. So Neuroptera, it's lace wings, ant lions, owl flies, Dobson flies. They're all these insects that have really cool wing venation that tends to be just, I don't know, it's just, I'm just gonna throw up the pit. I just really think they're cool. A lot of them, they tend to have very long antenna, so they're more fragile. A lot of these are the ones you'll see coming to your, especially the lace wings. Owl flies are hard to see. Adult ant lions, yes, that's an adult ant lion, and so the little thing that makes the mound the ants fall into, that's the adult, and it's really cool. And to me, an adult ant lion looks almost like a damselfly, but the way you tell the difference is the antenna are clubbed. Damselflies don't have that kind of antenna. But they tend to be fragile like insects, and the larva appearance can vary. I actually saw a lacewing larva on my window the other day crawling. So they tend to have long antenna. Sometimes they are clubbed. The larvae are predatory. So most of them, so that's the antlion larva. Here's the larva of the lacewing. They do have chewing mouth parts. Some lacewings have chewing and grasping inside. So the thing is that the larvae eat and the adults eat as well, because that's not necessarily the case. Some adult insects, they emerge and that's all they're there to, so actually that's it, is so even though it looks like it, especially with Dobson flies, it always tickled me. They got these big old pinchers, but they don't eat. They don't eat, the adults don't. So with these, it's really the larvae are feeding, so the larva stage may last longer. And then the adults emerge, and they emerge just to reproduce. And then die. So now we're getting into the big stuff. The big stuff. So I'm gonna pass 3 along at once, so just don't worry, it's not, again, no quiz, but we're passing on the longhorned beetle. It's in that group because of its long antenna, a scarab beetle, which will look familiar if you like Egypt, and a weevil, which are called snout beetles. So those are just some unique groups that are going around, but beetles and weevils, Coleoptera. This is the largest and most diverse group of insects. 1 in 4 animals in the world is a beetle. So as we had talked about, their front pairs of wings are hardened, elytra. That second pair is membranous. They tend to have chewing mouth parts. They have oligopod larvae. So usually their larvae have legs, but no prolegs. Prolegs really tend to be something that you see on caterpillars. But so they've got no prolegs. And weevil larvae are the ones that have no legs, because weevil larvae tend to be feeding on plant tissue. So again, the larva is embedded where it needs to be, so it doesn't need legs, it just needs a working mouth. And then most beetles are predatory, but as some of us are probably really familiar with, they're very important decomposers. There's a whole section called carrion beetles. I mean, beetles are really important too. The ecosystems in general. So there are 2 orders, so suborders. You've got Coleoptera, and then you've got 2 suborders, and it's really like 10% is in one order and 90% is in the rest of the order. So the suborder Adaphaga is 40,000 species in 10 families. The main way you figure out the separation is, so this is the first abdominal segment underneath. So you flip over the bug, the insect. See, it's hard. You flip over the insect. Is that first segment separated by leg parts? Yes. Separated? No. See, this is the first segment and the leg parts are not physically separating it. So that's actually, you flip it over and then you can tell if it's Adaphaga or if it's Polyphaga. So in Adaphaga, it is fully separated by the hind coxa or the legs. So is the segment separated by leg parts? The antennae tend to be simple with no clubs, and they have paired paradigial glands located in the upper back for secreting chemicals. So common Aedophaga is gonna be your ground beetles, so your Carabidae. Tend to be your darkling beetles, your tiger beetles, so those are the ones that scurry around really, really fast, especially near water. And creeks and things like that, your diving beetles. So look at that, look at those swimmers' legs on them. So, swimming legs modified for its environment. It's called a diving beetle because it is a predatory diving beetle. And your whirligigs, if you've ever been in a creek and you've seen these black beetles that just look like they're just spinning and you're like, where are you even going? What is life? That's whirligig beetles. They just spin around like little whirligigs on the surface of the water. Diving beetles, you'll find more in your water and you might go, ha, what is that? Because I know diving beetles always kind of startle me. And then I'm like, oh yeah, never mind. All right, Coleoptera. So Polyphaga. All right, so that is mainly 10 families make up Aedophaga. So if it is separated, it's Aedophaga. That's 4 of the 10. Everything else is Polyphaga. Every other beetle, I should say, is Polyphaga. So I'm gonna focus on ones that you'll commonly encounter and ones that we should just be more aware of because invasives. So bullet borers or jewel borers, which we'll pass around emerald ash borer in the next talk. So Buprestis means burn cow in Greek, and I forget why. I think that some of them would actually cause irritations in the cows over there. And so these are called bullet borers. I call them that, or they're called that because they tend to have the overall gestalt of a bullet. So kind of flat to a narrowed end, or jeweled borers because they do tend to have pretty colors going on with them as well, metallic or iridescent colors. And it's a structure or coloration. It's not metabolic, so that color will last forever. If you've ever pinned a dragonfly, you might notice that those colors fade, and it's because their colors are maintained by being alive. So their colors will fade, but in beetles, those will last forever. Antennae are long and serrated for buprestids or buprestids. I'm like, that's right, we're in one specific family. They have chewing mouth parts, tend to be borers. Emerald ash borer is a buprestid beetle, and so they can be very, very problematic. And these are their oligopod larvae. They're actually, it looks really round, but their whole body tends to be quite flattened. They got a big old chunky head as well. That can kind of help narrow you down to like, oh crud, I have buprestids. Longhorn beetles was one of the examples going around. They're called that because they've got really long antennae. So Cerebus, he was from Greek mythology. He was the guy that argued with the nymphs, and the nymphs got mad at him. So they made him a large beetle with horns. So that's where I know, that's why I was like, I love just the history, the etymology, I think is what the history of the words. So usually any beetle with very long antenna is going to be a longhorn beetle. This is also somewhat of a catch-all. They are characteristically long, and sometimes they are serrated. They're not just cetaceous. So here we've got an example of long and serrated, but not whole body, like doesn't go the whole length. And here we've got cetaceous, so more hair-like, and it is more than double the length of the body. Also, the length of the long antenna it further separates. So there are chewing mouth parts, but a lot of these beetles feed on plant materials, but they also do have pollinator aspects as well. And then they have apod larvae, so their larvae don't really move. But they kind of have prolegs. I love how swollen segments to help with locomotion. So it's like they don't have legs, but they've got little nubbins to kind of help them move along. And then they also have larvae that are the ones that that exarate, so where you could see the extremities as they're formed. So it just, it's all over the place. The larvae aren't the same, but what unites them is their antenna. So another common beetle group is your coccinellidae. So lady beetles, they're not ladybugs, they're lady beetles, but I'm still gonna call it a ladybug, and I'm not gonna correct my 3-year-old when she says ladybug yet, but cocci, it means round. And then coccineus means scarlet. So coccinellidae is the first ladybug was a red round one, or the first one described, I guess. So they go through complete metamorphosis, egg larva. If you've ever seen kind of angry looking larva, tiny, kind of on your plants, more than likely it was ladybug larva. They're kind of ugly compared to the adult, and then that's their pupa. So they have short legs, chewing mouth parts. Their antennae tend to be clubbed. So they're smaller, but clubbed just means like that, where it is narrow and then it goes widened at the end. It may seem silly, but that's actually how you tell the difference between like a chrysomelid and a coccinellidae is what do the antenna look like? And so they are predatory. Again, a lot of y'all probably know that they're used against aphids, thrips, and whiteflies, but sometimes they are the problem themselves. So speaking of chrysomelids, someone had an awesome picture of a chrysomelid. To me, they're leaf beetles. These are going to be your fun, small, really colorful insects that you may, or beetles that you may or may not notice all the time. But they usually are very colorful. They're not going to be as round as a lady beetle, but their covering or their elytra can give a circular shape. And then their antennae are serrated, right? So not clubbed, but serrated. So they're going to be serrated the whole way. And then the pronotum varies a lot. So like that's the pronotum and that's the pronotum. And then the larva are oligopods, so they're gonna be the kind of like the ladybugs. They're gonna be these angry looking little things crawling around your plants, and then the pupa have the leg sections out. So chrysomelids, those are all. They can be little blue, green, and sometimes have nice little shields on them. Click beetles might be ones that you have seen. So this is the native click beetle species. I mean, they can get up to a couple of inches. I've got a few, when we're on break in between classes, feel free to look at my insect drawer. But click beetles are, a ladder is one who drives out. So they have a spine. So the pronotum is the back side. Prosternum is the front side. They actually have this mechanism that if they end up on their back and they're stuck, they can click it and it helps them flip over. So that's why click beetles are called that. And then they can flip themselves over and it bounces them into the air. They are colorful and sometimes they're large and colorful. Sometimes they're small and drab. Like there are a lot of native click beetles around here and some are just brown and you can only tell that they're click beetles because you're like, oh wait, I see that little the little mechanism. Their larvae are called wire worms, and that's more because look at that, like that's a pretty skinny looking larva. So that's why maybe might hear someone saying like, oh, we have a wire worm problem or something like that, and that just means that they've got a click beetle problem. Scarabs were also being passed around. Scarabs are going to be, usually when people think of beetles, they think of a scarab. So up here, there are in scarabs. So in Scarabidae alone, right? So Adiophaga, that suborder that we started with, that had 40,000 species. In Adiophaga, that's a suborder. This is a family. Scarabidae, known to have 35,000 species. That's one family. That's not even all the known species. There is just a lot. So what makes a scarab? A scarab, does it look like an Egyptian scarab? Yes, then you're looking at a scarab. I mean, that is really the easiest way to put it. But they have the fossorial legs in the front. So those legs in the front, really good for burrowing, digging holes, gathering up dung, right? Like their legs are made for digging, and that's what they do. And they have little clubbed antenna. Their antenna are so cute. Their club is gonna be, definitely look at the side TVs. So right up here on that club is a lot more pronounced than that antline, right? Like that is quite the club, but that is how you can, does it have digging legs and clubbed antenna? And again, does it look like an Egyptian scarab? Then more than likely you are looking at a scarab. June bugs. Yes, June beetles are scarabs. Yes, they are. And do they stick to June? No, I think I saw some flying around a couple weeks. These suckers have really been coming out. The green, these green June beetles. I think they were getting passed around as well. They're bigger, but they have really been coming out. So a lot of these are scavengers and
I have a question about the last slide with the worms. Are all worms in some kind of metamorphosis state, or there could be a worm that is just a worm? It's not.
well, earthworms are I mean, there are annelids. Like, yeah, there are worm creatures out there. So you're talking about this beetle larva.
Yeah, it's gonna become a beetle, but there are some worms, like an earthworm is just born an earthworm, it's gonna die an earthworm.
Yep. Yes, yeah. So your earthworms, jumping worms, tapeworms, like there's a lot of things that are just worms. But they can look a lot like some of these organisms. And then weevils that got passed around as well. Snout beetles. I love weevils, even though actually weevils are really problematic from it. And we'll get there. I have a whole other talk to you about bad weevils, but we'll talk about good weevils right now. So this is the one that got passed around. You saw it had a little snout, but did you notice on that snout, there was something coming off of it? That's its antenna. Instead of the antenna being here, the antenna come off of its snout. So again, it's a matter of just certain things being modified on their face for their business and what works best. So they hold and the rostrum, it's really not even like it's their nose. It's just a different facial structure for them, because sometimes it's even used by the females to help them lay their eggs. They're beetles. They have chewing mouth parts. And a lot of them are pests, like a lot of weevils are pests. So a lot of these tiny bark beetles, and we'll get into, in my next talk, a lot of those bark beetles that I'm talking to you about are actually weevils and really problematic. So the southern bark beetle is one where that is a native species that has caused a lot of problems in our southern pine forests as well. We're getting towards the end here with flies. So as I had mentioned earlier, flies have a unique anatomical difference. So there are two pairs of wings. One pair is just a nubbin. So again, if you're looking at something, especially right now, crane flies are out. Those are a great thing to look at when they're just out by the light. You can just stare at them and then you'll really see that haltear in the back, that little nubbin. So flies are separated for that. They have haltears. That is exclusive to flies. If you see any sort of insect with full set of wings and nubbin it is a fly. What kind of fly? I may not know, but it is a fly. Most of them have sponging mouth parts, but they can have piercing, sucking mouth parts as well, like mosquitoes have piercing, sucking mouth parts. So they've got a bunch of different looking, so their larvae tend to be called maggots, right? So their maggots do come in a lot of different sizes, shapes. Some of the maggots can be predatory, some are parasitic. And if you've ever dealt with like forensic entomology, that's such a big deal because of fly larvae. I mean, flies they are down to the minute. They will, a body is dead, that fly will, a certain species of fly will find it always within a certain time frame, lay its eggs, and then it's going, so been based on how old that larva is by the time, I mean, it's so cyclical how they work. And that's actually why forensic entomology has been so reliable, because that is what I think they call succession. There is a succession that happens when the body is first found. But flies are a huge critical role in the decomposition. Crane flies, which are out right now, I always lovingly called them mosquito hawks. They don't eat mosquitoes. But just keep them around, but you know, they don't eat mosquitoes, so that's kind of a bummer.
What do they eat?
So the adults don't feed. So it's just whatever the larvae eat, which I don't, and that one, I don't even know what the larvae do, but yeah, it's like they don't even eat, they just hang out and reproduce. It's like, oh man, but they don't bite. So it's been a good insect to work with my 3-year-old on, because she thinks everything's a bee and it's gonna sting her. And it's like, no, this is just a big fly, but look, it doesn't bite. And oh crud. Okay, good. Woof, I thought I like turned it off. Okay, and then it's a love bug. Are their own flies as well. So love bugs are flies. Look at, they're about to come out now, but oh, Lisa, that's so romantic. There you go. I mean, everyone, almost everybody has, if you've been in Texas for a little while, you've encountered a love bug. But I'm getting it. So yes, so love bugs are common flies that we see, and then robber flies over here. These are predatory ones. So I always kind of like, they've got a very scruffy, hairy face. So if you just see like this stout fly and it's got a really fuzzy face, you're probably looking at a robber fly, but they're called that because, I mean, they will take their prey out of the air. They will take it from somebody else. They will rob you of your prey and your life. So, and then other flies are like the Tabanidae. So these are going to be more of your blood feeding. So your horse flies. So, don't know. Some flies do bite and it hurts. And those bite you because they're feeding. Some flies outright eat blood. So and these ones, it's not even a sponging. So the reason it hurts is because they're slicing you and then they're sucking up the blood parts. So it's not even like a mosquito will numb you and sting, and feed off of you. Doesn't want you to notice because it does, but a horsefly is like, ha-cha, da-da-da. So it's always interesting where it's like, well, you couldn't have numbed it while you feed on it. So how a horse or deer, I mean, they're huge flies, but also are their eyes ginormous? Then you're definitely looking at a horse or a deer fly. The Tabanidae, mosquitoes, I've talked about them enough. They numb you. The larvae are aquatic though, so please don't keep standing water around. That's how they survive. They spread parasites, bacteria, boom, mosquitoes. Yeah, I hate mosquitoes. And then we've got the Syrphinae. I realize it's covering up. So these are flower flies, hover flies. So these are going to be just kind of more of your metallic flies or your bee flies. So this is one of those like bee mimics. So it's just flies trying to protect themselves, looking like bees. But if you get close to it, you'll notice it's got like a nubbin back there. So you're like, oh, it's not even a bee to begin with. Lepidoptera. Lepis means scale. So the wings of butterflies are actually like a bunch of hairs, a bunch of scaled wings. So that's why if you are trying to collect butterflies, you're not supposed to touch them very much. If you knock off their scales, it knocks off their ability to fly well and kind of all their aerodynamicness or whatever they need to be mobile. So this is the complete metamorphosis, but with flies, we were using the term maggot. With this, we'll use the term caterpillar for larva. Cocoon is usually, or chrysalis is your pupa, right? Where the stages are the same, but there's got even a different term used with different groups. So that's a magnification of the wing scales right there, just showing you that it is like hair on the body. They often have that coiled proboscis, so that siphoning mouthpiece is what's going on there. And I kind of like this for just the side profile of like, so here are their legs, but the forewing and the hind wing, right? They've just gotten, they're known for their greatly modified wings, right? As well. So butterfly versus moths, they are all Lepidoptera. Usually, and it's not an always thing, but your moths tend to come out at night. Your moths will also have more decorated antenna. Your butterflies tend to have like setaceous or just the straight antenna, and your moths will have one like flagellate is what they'll call it, where they got a lot of stuff, a lot of frills coming off. It's because moths are flying at night. So they're kind of like bats. They're using their antenna like echolocation stuff as well. It helps them have a better sense of their environment. Butterflies tend to be in the day, so they don't need all the foofery on their antenna to find each other. And then butterflies usually rest with their wings closed, and moths will tend to rest with their wings open. So kind of like that difference between damselflies and dragonflies, there tends to be that difference between butterflies and moths. And then they call butterfly cocoons or chrysalis, and moth cocoons are cocoons. So that's just a couple of vernacular differences, but common ones that you will see around here. So we've got, the monarch, and we've got the fritillary, the Gulf fritillary around. So Nymphalidae, this is the largest lepidopteran group. So really with what's interesting with some butterflies, so some butterflies you might look at them and you say, oh my gosh, it only has 4 legs. You only see, that's because one pair is reduced and it's near their mouth. So you might not even quite notice it, but you might, oh my gosh, this butterfly only has 4 legs. I thought butterflies were insects. Insects are supposed to have 6 legs. Because some of them are hidden, and that tends to happen in your Nymphalidae. So the monarch would be a really good example of seeing those reduced 4 legs. And so then you've got your swallowtails, one of my favorites. They're called that because their wings give off that swallowtail effect. But there's like Papillonidae. Their word, papillo is Latin for butterfly. Like this is the butterfly group, like butterfly. What does their name mean? Butterfly. That is how legit this group is. And they tend to be sexually dimorphic. So with like our eastern swallowtails, I think the males might be like black and yellow, but the females might be black and blue. So there is like your male here is going to have blue coloration on your pipevine swallowtail. The female is more black and muted, but the underside of the wing is going to have that red, nice red dotting. Black swallowtail, yeah, the males are black and yellow and the females have blue. So they might even look like they're different species, but they're just different sexes here as well. And then the giant swallowtail, then Pyralidae, Pyridae, sulfurs is what I like to call them, and also what they are called. They're called that because they tend to have a sulfur appearance. So they tend to be white or yellow. So usually if you see a little white or yellow insect amongst the white, or I mean a white or yellow butterfly amongst the white and yellow flowers, more than likely you're looking at a sulfur. More than likely. Its antennae are going to be clubbed. You can kind of, especially on the side TV, but there you can see the club pretty nicely on this cabbage. Oh, I thought I had a. I do. Aha. I was like, wait a minute. I have a cabbage moth. All right. Pass that one around. Yeah. So this is a cabbage moth. This is an invasive moth, but you can also see the little clubbed antenna on it, but it is a sulfur. It is part of this group, but I was like, wait a minute, I know I had more things. They are sexually dimorphic. You encounter that a lot with butterflies. And yellow, white, or orange is usually how they've been grouped. That's their coloration, and it has to do with how their body processes their waste products. Cloudless sulfur is definitely going to be one of the ones that you encounter the most. The dimorphism is the female has some spots, and she's not as bright as the males. Then we get into some moths. So your sphingids. These are large moths with a stout body and these triangular wings that are almost kind of like, that is very unique to sphingid. They can, they have slightly feathery antenna. A lot of them feed on nectar, but things like the tobacco horn, I mean, they can be crop pests as well. And the caterpillars have 5 pairs of prolegs instead of 4. So if you're ever out there and you're like, this caterpillar has too many prolegs, because we're all going to be thinking that, it's likely that you're looking at a sphingid caterpillar. But there's even some orchids that have developed around the way these hawk moths will feed. So with their siphoning mouth parts, feeding at night and such, that's why a lot of flowers have modified that the way that they have. But they've noticed even just direct relationships with a certain orchid and hawk moths in general. But yeah, sphingids are, if the moth looks like this, it's a sphingid. It's kind of hard else to, very, very different, very triangular, just different. And then, we probably heard about these last year, but asps. So, megalopigidae. Flannel moths are asps. I just stick with asps. So that's the adult. I mean, talk about a cutie. It just looks like a moth in a fur coat. I don't know. It's adorable. Never seen that a day in my life. Have I seen asps? Yes, I have. Have I touched them? No, and I'm really glad I haven't, because you could be allergic to an asp, and that could lead to a severe skin reaction and or something worse. So if you are encountering an asp, a very hairy asp, sometimes they're black, but if it kind of looks like, oh, cute and fuzzy, just have company with you before you touch it in case you have a severe allergic reaction. Anaphylaxis is not just for bee stings. So speaking of bees, Hymenoptera. So we're on our final group of guys, just in time for us to have a break before you hear me talk about other things. But, and I will start the bees over here. Oh, that was my sad little flies. So Hymenoptera, to me, these are like your stinging organisms. So your ants, your wasps, your bees, your sawflies. So usually if it stings, it's probably in this order. The adults have 2 pairs of membranous wings. What is interesting about their wings, and often in the bees, is those pairs of membranous wings are actually latched together, so they never separate. Like some of the other ones, right? We were talking about, oh, those 4 wings can move independently, or 2 pair look different than the other pair. No, and a lot of our Hymenoptera, those wings are almost like Velcro together. A lot of them have chewing mouth parts, like our happy little ant here, but our bees have siphoning mouth parts for honey, or depending on what kind of bee they are, will also determine what kind of mouth parts they have. Ant, wasp, and bee adults have a waist, and sawflies do not. So we'll talk about that waist. They just have a really accentuated portion between their thorax and their abdomen. And most of these species are social. So a lot of these insects live in colonies. So even our wasps live in colonies as well. Some are insect parasites, some feed on nectar, a lot are predatory, and these are our most famous pollinators. Vespidae, these are your paper wasps. So your paper wasp and your yellow jackets, which are even different subfamilies. Vespidae, I always remember because the back of them kind of forms a V, but Vespidae is almost like your angry ones, your angry wasps to stay away from, your red wasps, your black wasps, your yellow jackets, the more aggressive paper wasps. So do they form a paper nest? Usually you want to kind of steer clear or manage these ones on your property. There's a certain kind, actually I let yellow jackets make a nest in my back porch, but that's because they don't do anything. Anyways, so these are eusocial. They do have a caste system. So just like how termites and honeybees operate, wasps operate the same way. They have a queen, they feed the queen lays the eggs, everybody else takes care of the eggs to make the other babies to then go out. But their colonies are much more short-lived, last only about a year. So that may be why you have a huge paper wasp nest. Then winter comes, nobody returns, it's gone, they build somewhere else. Well, because that colony is done and it's moved on. They do have, so here's where that elbowed antenna is coming in. We haven't heard elbowed antenna until now that we're talking about our stinging guys. And then there are a ton of non-stinging wasps. There are a lot of wasps that are not even going to bother you. So your ichneumonids, they usually have this very, very long ovipositor behind them. So if you've ever seen like a bug flying around and you're like, what is that piece? Like, what is hanging behind it? Well, that's an ichneummonid wasp, and that's its ovipositor. That's how it helps lay eggs. And oftentimes some of these wasps are parasites of others. So our non-stinging wasps, a lot of them, they're used as our biocontrol. So if you've heard about, oh, they're creating this new wasp to manage emerald ash borer, they're usually talking about one of these non-stinging wasps that are known to feed off of that species in general. So the way that it works with this, so like on this one, this wasp laid its eggs, its larvae are feeding off of a caterpillar, right? So that's how some of the wasps work, is maybe they're physically feeding on the outside. Some of the wasps will lay their eggs inside their prey and then burst out of them, very alien-like. But that's why a lot of wasps are used as parasitoids, because that is their lifestyle. They're already feeding off of some of these pests anyway. So now we're trying to use them as biocontrols in our favor to regain balance. So it's fun. It's like, no, they don't sting you, but they can, burst out of other insects. And they are always pollinators. And then mud dauber is one of those non-stinging wasps, and they actually applies to two different families. So you might notice a slight, but mud daubers, they have a very obvious waist, like an over corseted woman, like a very obvious waist happening. And then its antenna will curl up. What it means by that is it will have curled antenna alive, but also once it passes, the antenna will curl. I was like, I think I have a wasp section here, and only some of them, the antenna curl up once they're gone. It's interesting the things they find to separate other things. So Apidae are our bees. Bees are not just honeybees, they're also bumblebees. But they are always pollinators, and there are some that are solitary, but like our honeybees and our bumblebees are eusocial. They're the colonies. They're the ones that are out there foraging, collecting, surviving for years. They often have modified pollen baskets. So that's a real life pollen basket, but the legs are usually very hairy because they are pollinators. Even if they're not honey makers, they're always pollinating. And then some are kleptoparasitic. So there's a bird called a cuckoo. What a cuckoo does is it'll lay eggs in another nest and then have another bird raise its baby for it. That's how it just sneaks in there, and then all the babies hatch, and then well, you don't look like my other ones. Where did you come from? That's a cuckoo. There's a bee that does a very similar thing. This bee will lay its eggs amongst other bees and then have that bee take care of its eggs for it. So, that's all fun. So that's why it's called a cuckoo bee. But there is, so you've got your bumblebees and your carpenter bees. Those are gonna be your bigger, fuzzier flying bees that happen. And your bumblebee is gonna be hairy all the way around. Carpenter bee, that the abdomen area, right? That final segment tends to be a lot smoother. So that's just kind of a good little analogy right there. They still have the pollen basket legs, but bumblebees will be hairy the whole way through. Carpenter bees, not so much, but they are going to be your larger flying bees. There are bees that are solitary. So bumblebees and honeybees love the colony life, not every other type of bee. So mining bees, leafcutter bees, sweat bees. So sweat bees will be those metallic ones that you've seen on the flowers and stuff. And mason bees, those are all, they're solitary insects, so they don't do that colony lifestyle overall. And then the final, a group for us today are our ants. So Formicidae, just like, so Formica is Latin for ants, all right, just like Pampilonidae was Latin, like Pampil is Latin for butterfly, like Formica means ant. Ant means ant. But also, their bite, sting, or spray contains formic-like acid compounds. So that's why a fire ant bite really hurts. And sometimes you may have an allergy to it or a reaction to it. I know that like I have to put some steroid cream on mine or it can just get really, really itchy and those bites last forever. These are eusocial. So just like your honeybees, they've got the workers, they've got the queen, everybody's working to support the queen. You only occasionally have some winged males, and then you'll have winged adults fly off to find new colonies. So again, the antennae are distinctly elbowed. So even this guy right here with its antenna out, it's still got that elbow bend in it. So if you're looking at something on the ground and you're like, well, is that a beetle or is it? And if its antenna are bent, you are looking at an ant. So ants also have this, we've got the head, thorax, abdomen. Ants are known to have these petioles. So they have that very corseted waist, but also with bumps along it. So sometimes the number of bumps will tell you what kind of ant you are looking at. But that's also just something to notice as well. When you're looking down at it, does it have that narrow waist and does that waist have bumps? So just a few ants that are around. So we've got our native Texas leafcutter ant, which does have flying adults that happen. Our invasive fire ant with its beautiful big bootied queen that is ready to lay more eggs, sparrow ants, and tawny crazy ants, which will also have flighted versions as well. So I like the sparrow ant picture. Look at your side TVs though, but it shows those petioles right there pretty well. Those little bumps before it gets to that abdomen in the back. And that was bugs for the morning. Thank you. I can't take any questions, but feel free to look up here and then I'll switch over handouts for the next talk. I'll like switch over now. But again, I'm Ashley Morgan Olvera. I'm here to talk to you about invasive species. So I know we're running a little bit behind, but I can catch up in this presentation. I'm really good with bugs, but invasives is what's paid my bills for the past, what year is it? 13 years now. So I started as just a field biologist with Texas Invasive Species Institute, and now I run the place. So what is Texas Invasive Species Institute? We focus on early detection and rapid response to newly invasive plants, but also enhance public education, because if you don't know what an invasive species is, how can you stop its spread? How can you have better habits? So yes, please grab one of my business cards. I have bags, will travel. I will go and talk to groups of any size about invasive species and of any age too. It can be geared towards whomever we're talking to. So you might have heard of TexasInvasives.org. We were a sister entity So TexasInvasives.org really focused on invasive plants. We were like the invasive bugs and animals. We were the other arm of it. Well, now we are all together. We took over Texas Invasives in 2020. So now we are Texas Invasives. TISI is Texas Invasives. So if you Google Texas and Invasives, you will find a website run by us that will provide you information about invasive species. And this has all been made possible over the decades because of Parks and Wildlife, USDA APHIS, which is the invasive species branch of the USDA, Texas A&M AgriLife. We do a lot of collaboration. That's why I do a lot of workshops for master naturalists and master gardeners. And then also the US Forest Service. So what I mean by if you Google Texas and invasives, you'll find a website. We still have two websites. We have the TISI original website and then the Texas Invasives website. The reason we've kept them separate is because TexasInvasives.org, this is where you report invasive species. It's also a very old website. And when something is 20 years old in the digital world, it might as well be 1,000 years old. So it's really hard to get the information off of Texas Invasives into a newer setup website. So since we don't want to ever lose that information, we've kept Texas Invasives. So this is where you go for reporting information. Our TISI website still just provides a lot of information on invasive species. The TISI website just might have more about your invasive insects than TexasInvasives.org will. But we've really tried to shore up everything to make sure that all of the information is on both websites. It's just today, if I'm talking about reporting, I'm talking about TexasInvasives.org. So on either website, so you don't have to remember what I'm talking to you about today. You can always go to our website and look up the information. That's part of us being available to the public, is having updated resources online. So what does it look like? What does it eat? How did it get here? What can I do to remove it? All that kind of information will be on the website. So much like with entomology, I started at the beginning. I've got to start at the beginning here, but don't worry, we're not going that far back this time. This time we're just starting with what is an invasive species? Because if we all are under the same definition, then we all understand the same thing. Because sometimes weed or exotic or other things are getting interchanged, and these are not interchangeable terms. So in 1999, there was an executive order by President Bill Clinton, and that's when we got the first federal definition of an invasive species. So just 26 years ago, was there a definition? And that was a species that is non-native or alien to the ecosystem under consideration, whose introduction causes or is likely to cause economic or environmental harm or harm to human health. So here you'll notice there's been so it was an amended in 2016. They took out the or alien and then they added the animal and plant health. So now the current definition is about a species that causes or is likely to cause economic or environmental harm or harm to human, animal, and plant health. This is the red and bolded part because that is what makes an invasive species invasive. Does it cause harm? It's one of those more harm than good is usually what makes it invasive, right? We have a lot of naturalized things like our honeybees that we talked about. Honeybees are naturalized because they provide more good than bad. These are going to be organisms that cause more bad than good, and that's why they're considered invasive. So the harm can come in many different facets. It could be impacting our recreation, our health, our pets' health, our livestock's health. It could be impacting the natural heritage or the forestry or the ecosystem in general. And usually, and what usually attracts the federal government's attention is what economic impact does it have as well. So sometimes an invasive species can affect us in all of these ways, or sometimes it might just be a particular facet, right? It may not be all of them, but the economic cost is huge. Feral animals. So cats themselves, feral cats are an invasive species, right? Especially in island settings. They are not from there. If they are not managed, they are able to kill multitudes of ground dwelling birds and insects and lizards and things like that. So cats can cost billions of dollars of years. But if we get here to Texas invasive aquatics, just invasive aquatic species in our state can cost a loss of $20 million, and the state alone always budgets about $10 million a year in management and education things like Texas invasives. So it can have an economic harm. That's usually the big thing to draw the attention, but there's also the recreational and the harm to social and human health. Sometimes they can cause allergies. Fire ant bites can cause allergic reactions. Mosquitoes. So the Asian tiger mosquito is able to bring in a whole new West Nile virus. It can bring in other diseases with it as well. The black velvet leatherleaf slug is not necessarily a bad garden pest. It's annoying, but it also can transmit parasites. And then things like hydrilla or giant salvinia can completely smother a lake, preventing boat usage. So humans can't recreate there, but then also it causes significant fish kills because the surface is being closed off. So sometimes the damage is very obvious in what happens, right? So this is an emerald ash borer. 3 years before and after, so 2006, ash trees, no beetle. 2009, ash trees with the beetle present. So all of those ash trees died. They were all killed off. The irony of this is in the 80s, this street was lined with elm trees. Then Dutch elm disease, an invasive pathogen, came out, killed all the elms. So they replaced all the elms with ash trees. Now all these ash trees have died off. And so a lot of it is also to take heart. Don't plant monocultures. Don't plant one of one kind of species. Things like this can happen. So it's things that city planners and other types of people need to be aware of, because when you plant monocultures, that also, one, it's not just bad from the plant level, but it can allow invasives like that to spread even quicker if you're just creating a thoroughfare of the host plant for them. So I like to use the red imported fire ant as an example of something that causes harm because it is small, but it is so problematic. So it has an ecological impact. It attacks ground dwelling organisms. It has been known to harm Texas horned lizard and bobwhite quail populations because those are ground dwelling organisms. And of course, they displace native ants as well because they're aggressive and they are competitive. They are not just predators, but they are omnivores. So they also have destroyed millions of dollars worth of crops, soybean, blueberries, cabbage, and fire ants in Texas alone cost our state $500 million a year. And that is to manage. There is absolutely no way this insect is getting eradicated from Texas since it's found in 95% of the counties. But that's just to manage. And a lot of that is also managing the health of the fallout. So if you are allergic to fire ants, you can go into anaphylactic shock, just like if you are allergic to ant bites. And that anaphylactic shock can also happen in our livestock.
Does y'all's website have the management of what you would do to
Yes.
okay.
Yes, we do have management on what to do if you have these in your yard. So this is one of those species where it affects almost every facet. It causes harm in every way. So why do we battle them? So we know invasive species cause harm. That's how they get their name, invasive species. They're known to cause harm. But the thing is, if it stayed in one place and I could go with a jar or a bucket and isolate it and keep it separate, then they wouldn't have a problem. But the invasive nature also comes in too. They spread really quickly. Maybe they lay more eggs. Maybe they produce more seeds. Maybe they're saltwater tolerant. Maybe they're cold tolerant. Maybe they're heat tolerant. Maybe they are drought tolerant. Whatever it is, they're able to spread really, really quickly, especially if we do nothing to stop them. So this is one of my examples of this is what happens when we do nothing and we're not aware of what's going on. So a lionfish is an invasive marine animal. It is still widely for sale in the pet industry. So it's important to know invasive does not mean illegal all the time. Should it? Yes, but does that happen? No. So can you still buy a lionfish today? Yes. Should you? No. But that's your life. So you have the lionfish. It's still popular in the aquarium. It is a beautiful fish, but it is filled with paraplegic venom in its spines. So it is from Southeast Asia, so the Indo-Pacific area. That's where it's native to. There was an aquarium in Miami. A hurricane happened in 1985. Hurricane Miami, not surprising. An aquarium flooded. A pair of lionfish got out. 1985. So this is, easily 15 years before we've had a federal definition. So scientists might be talking about invasive species, but the government, by no means, that's not on their radar at all. So, oh, well, what can you do? The lionfish got out. So for the first 12 years, not too much seems to happen. We didn't do anything about it. And now this is where, and I should update it, it's through 2025 now. I mean, this is where the lionfish now resides. It is all the way from Pennsylvania down to Venezuela, throughout the Gulf of Mexico, throughout the Caribbean Sea, everywhere. And it is attacking the second largest coral reef, which is right off the coast of Belize. So the way that they're attacking the coral reefs is they have paraplegic venom in their spines. They're not from here. Do you think that there are predators adapted to deal with their paraplegic venom? Not in our waters, no. Will they eat them? Yes, but will they eat them again? Not so much. So they have no predators. They're able to eat anything smaller than themselves. And that's exactly what they do. So they eat the fish that maintain the coral reefs. So now we're having coral reef issues because there are no fish to maintain the coral reefs. And then we even did a parasite study of these fish at TISI, and they had no parasites, which is really annoying. So that means they're not carrying anything, but also means they're not getting anything. And they not only were parasite free, they were also fat. They had like extra blubber, they had fatty livers, they had enlarged stomachs compared to other native lionfish. So they're also gluttonous in our waters. But this is what happens if we do nothing, right? So now we've got a problem that we have no way of coming back from, but we still have to, I mean, you can still go out diving and stuff. Lionfish meat is delicious. They are trying to do and eat the invasive thing, but really what we're doing is just kind of maintaining the populations. But if we had done something early on, we actually would have had a shot. But instead, oh, it got out into the wild. What can you do? There's a lot that you can do because, the Gulf of Florida, the coast of Florida is not the wild that it's supposed to be introduced to. So how do invasive species spread? Kind of a hint on the previous slide. I mean, things disperse naturally, like fish swim, birds fly, seeds can float or attach to clothes, but sometimes we can't always explain how did it get here. And it's usually because of us. We are why things get where they are. People are always, how did it get here? Humans, how does anything get anywhere? Honestly, I mean, honestly, how does anything get anywhere? It's humans. And if you think about it, Marco Polo went over to the Khan Empire in like the 1300s or something. So for 700-ish years, we have been moving things across continents because it smells pretty, it looks pretty, it tastes good, right? So we have been moving things for a long time. So a lot of this has been accidental introduction. Did we know the Chinese tallow was going to be highly invasive when it was brought in the 1700s? No, but that is exactly what happened. Or the emerald ash borer, it was burrowed in a pallet of wood and then it emerged here. It was all accidental. It was a byproduct of things being imported. So that's where a lot of the customs and the USDA has gotten a lot more rigid on those things because they're trying to stop accidental introduction, right? Making sure that we're not just spreading insects and things around. But there's been a lot of purposeful. So again, with the whole invasive doesn't mean it's illegal. The nursery industry will be the biggest industry where you see purposeful spreading of invasive plants, where I'm going to tell you, please don't put that in your yard. But you might be, well, that's great, but it's great for this, this, and that. And it's like, well, yeah, that's why it's still sold and it's not illegal. But I'm going to say, pick something else. And then pets and aquariums. So the pet industry, like I talked about with the lionfish, I mean, you can still buy pythons, right? The python issue in Florida has not stopped the sale of pythons. So there's going to be a lot of purposeful introduction, and that's where it's important for us as the responsible parties, the responsible species, we have to be aware of what we're doing. So I do not have much of a green thumb. I love something that's easy to propagate. Like, do I stick it in the ground and it grows? It's got lots of seeds. Okay, maybe it's pretty. I don't have to water it. Like, it grows and it grows and it grows and it does great and it grows. I do nothing. That's also usually the characteristic of an invasive plant. And that's why invasive plants in the nursery industry are usually at such a crossroads. Because is it easy for anybody to use? Yes. Then it's going to sell really, really well. But also, usually the reason it might be easy or user friendly, you could say, is because it's invasive and it doesn't need your help to get where it's going. So again, you will come across contradictions. I will tell you, please don't plant ligustrum. I don't care if it's sterile, just please don't plant it. Because now they say it's sterile, which it should be. But I mean, is anything ever really sterile? So it's one of those, just don't buy it, but you're gonna see contradiction where I'm gonna talk to you about a few species, but you're gonna see it that it's for sale at Home Depot or something like that. But there is a lot of action that's now being taken on now that, like, ever since the federal definition happened. So the past 25 years, there's really been a resurgent or a increase in action. So that's what I was talking about with the customs and all of that. The reason they want you to claim food when you're coming over and things like that, they're checking it for hitchhikers, insects, parasites, bacteria that shouldn't be coming here as well. That's why clean, drain, dry your boat. There's a lot more controlling ideology that's going out there about taking care of your area, leave no trace. And then also there's still a lot of monitoring and restoration going on to kind of counteract the damage that has been done in certain areas. Public outreach is where we help out Parks and Wildlife as well. So these are just a few of their public campaigns that we help spread as well. So the Protect the Lakes You Love, and then never dump your aquarium, and don't move firewood, and clean, drain, dry your boats. And the reason that public education is so big is because as a scientist that's doing invasive species research, or if we were doing any prevention or management, we're only one half of the picture. The other half are engaged and concerned citizens, or just informed citizens. That's the other half. Because again, I could go and keep removing all of this. Someone mentioned beefsteak plant. I could go and be removing all this beefsteak plant, but if you're going and reseeding for it after I've dug it all up, then what is the point of all of it, right? We've got to all get on the same page. So having engaged, informed citizens, you know, y'all are a group of about 20, but if you go and tell one other person about this, and that's 20 more people, we get more people coming to our website, actually going, oh, I didn't know that was invasive. Like, that is really what we're trying to do, is just getting people to be aware. Because I know when I started this job, I was like, that's invasive. I thought we just had fire ants. I thought that was a Texas, which actually we do have native fire ant species, but they've been displaced by the invasive one, and because the invasive one is even worse than what the native one was. So what can you do, right? What can we do? So there are always some identification resources out there. Y'all have got the website, so texasinvasives.org and then tsusinvasives.org. Our websites will always have ways to identify, ways to manage. And then there's also galbayinvasives.org, their quiet invasion, their online booklet. It's a really awesome guide to just have on hand in general. I really like their pictures and descriptions. And then this is no pressure. I'll pass it around, or you can sign up online. But we do also do a monthly newsletter. And so if you fill this out, then you'll be added to our monthly newsletter that covers kind of research that's been happening in the country or in the state about invasive species. It's not just about us, it's about what's happening kind of in a global spectrum of things. Sometimes there is good news happening, like sometimes there's actually breakthroughs. And then we always love to highlight citizen scientist groups that have been doing large removal days. So even like your Heartwood chapter here with the air potato removal and the bamboo removal that's been happening a lot in the woodlands. And then we'll also just share kind of any other spotlights that are going on. So if you sign up for it, that's all we use it for. It's to send you a monthly newsletter to get you thinking about invasive species all the time. So what can we do? Stop them from spreading? Stop giving them a free ride. So really think about what you're bringing into your yard. Clean, drain, and dry your boat. Please, please, please. If you are aquatic in any sense, just please do that. It is the law, but not cleaning, draining, and drying your boat has been how hydrilla, giant salvinia, zebra mussels, quagga mussels, so many aquatic invasive species have spread just from not cleaning, draining, and drying your boat. And a lot of that is because, again, invasives don't require a lot of nurture. They just take over. So one fragment of salvinia can create a whole mat that'll smother a whole lake, right? One larva of zebra mussel, same thing can happen, right? So it's one of those just being proactive. Don't move firewood. This is my big take home for everybody here. People are like, why? Why should I not move firewood? That doesn't make any sense. The thing is that some insects don't fly very well. They live in the wood that the firewood, they're living there. So think of a tree dies, it gets cut down, it's chopped up for firewood. You may not know where that firewood came from. How did that tree die? Maybe it died because it had a wood boring beetle in there, and then you move that firewood to your property, and now you have wood boring beetles on your property, killing your trees. That's just a very small thing that happened to somebody attending one of my talks. His neighbor had a tree die. She brought it, yeah, you want the firewood? Yeah, I'll take the firewood. Now his oaks are dying. And I'm like, well, did her tree die from beetles? So that's also a very important thing to remember is in general, there are always bark beetles. So invasive or native, if your tree dies from beetles, you mulch it, you burn it, you get rid of it. You don't keep it.
Is there some kind of regulation on where they can sell firewood? Cause like if we're camping in the parks, we can't cut the wood down in the parks. We're not allowed to do that, but they might.
But the park office will always, so all parks will sell firewood. So I definitely recommend you buy on site, like as close as you can. So maybe the park itself doesn't sell wood, but the convenience store right around the corner outside of the park, it's more of the buying it where you burn it is going to be really important too. So if you buy it at the park and say you don't even burn it all, I donate it back to the park so they can rebundle it and resell it.
And that convenience store close by has to get their wood from like
So,
a nearby area.
There's not that kind of regulation on it. So it's one of those where you're at least limiting to where like, so say I want to go camp in Kerrville, I'm going to buy my wood at least in the Kerrville area with hopes that it was sourced locally, as opposed to me all the way over here driving across 15 counties and bringing my own wood. So it's one of those, like, you hope it's sourced locally. It more than likely is, but even then it's like, so that's just trying to reduce the spread of not giving something a 15 county free ride.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that's a lot of it too, is just burning, buy local and burn what you buy. And then again, if you don't finish it, just donate it back. The parks can always use more money to resell, and then check new plants. So this is really important for your stuff you're doing in your own yard. A lot of invasive invertebrates are going to pop up, especially if you bring something new in. So your hammerhead flatworms, the jumping worms, which we'll definitely get into, and your citrusilla, just these are things that can appear when you're bringing something new in. So just looking at what you are bringing into your yard, the plant itself, what's on the plant. And just remember to plant natives. Just because it's for sale in the nursery doesn't mean it's the best thing. Will it grow? Yes. Will it produce flowers? Yes. That is its purpose. But these are invasive plants that are still widely for sale in your nurseries. So your heavenly bamboo or your nandina, your privets, golden bamboo, elephant ears, mimosa tree, tree of heaven, your honeysuckles. These are all highly invasive plants that are not prohibited. So just really steering away from some of these. And then how can we help it stop from spreading is detection. So that's where it kind of falls into the Sentinel Pest Network. So this reporting thing that I was alluding to earlier, there are some species that we know are really bad. And we know that honestly, anybody could send us a picture about them and try to identify it. So they are what we consider high regulatory significance. We know they're going to cost the country millions, if not billions of dollars. We know they're going to cause problems in Texas. So this is a list of species that we want you to tell us about immediately. And so that is our reporting system that is on the TexasInvasives.org website. So it's called our Sentinel Pest Network. Sentinel Pest Network originally started as 12 species. Now it is very much more than 12 species. It's about 26 species varying to where you have the apple snail, cactus moth, lionfish, tawny crazy ant, emerald ash borer, giant salvinia, zebra mussels, red bay ambrosia beetle, Asian jumping worms. This column here on the far right, the red column, if it's got a Y, that means it is here in Texas. So you may be like, if it's already here, what does it matter? Well, we're still tracking it. Just because it's made it to the state doesn't mean we've stopped. We suddenly don't care that we've lost the battle. No, we want to see how fast it is spreading. Is there any point of cutting it off or controlling it at all? So the breakdown is really half and half plants and insects, 1 parasite disease, and 5 non-insect animals, with most of them being mollusks. So what I mean by reporting on our website is you just go to TexasInvasives.org. This is our front page. Those are sentinel pests right there circled. You can just scroll left or right to the one that you're trying to report to us specifically. If you don't like scrolling left or right, you can always click the Take Action tab and click Report It, and then you can scroll up and down if that's what you would prefer. But that way you can look at all of the species, and that's for the 26 sentinel pests. So if you see one of these and you're like, wait, I think this is one of the ones to report, just go to our website. If you find it, send us a picture, but we'll get to sending pictures and all of that stuff soon. So I'm starting off with a few of our sentinel pests to begin with. So these are ones that you can report on our website, and we do want you to report on our website at any time. So giant apple snails, Pomacia maculata, also known as Pomacia insularum. It's an ampullarid snail. It's a freshwater snail. So this is a large freshwater snail that's native to Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil. It was really big in the aquarium trade. This one is actually a prohibited species, so that's really nice, but that's how it got here. How did it get here? People like big things. They're big snails. People brought big snails over, and then they would move, or they would dump their snails into the wild of the bayous and things. And so they got out. They like to say aquarium dunce in Florida. It is found out throughout the southeastern United States, and it is quite prevalent here in Texas. It is definitely prevalent in our area here. So more the woodlands area is kind of the northern boundary. So we really do want reports to see, is it up here in Huntsville? Has it spread over to Livingston? Like, we're really trying to track, because what we've also noticed with this snail is whenever there's a large flooding event, its distribution grows, right? So it's not terribly mobile, but they are not, as we know of, they're not in Lake Conroe. So they seem to be kind of, it's like 242 and 45, like southeast of that area is kind of the most northern that we're getting. But it's one of those, some of our team has been like out there trying to look, but it's one of those, y'all live in the area, so how do we identify them? Great question. No, I'm just kidding. So actually someone had asked me, was this a large giant African snail? And I said, actually, no, but we're going to talk about the differences. So the giant African land snail is also an invasive sentinel pest. This one is not here in Texas. However, it does the same thing that the apple snails does, and it's known for transmitting parasites that are harmful to mammals, including humans. So the giant African land snail, this is another one of those. That is a prohibited species. Nowhere in the country are you allowed to come in with either one of these species. Thankfully, the African snail is not in Texas. Is it in the United States? Yes, it is found in Florida and Alabama, and it is spreading the parasites that I'll talk about in a second. But the giant African land snail, it's a cone-shaped one. So it's coned, it's got stripes. The apple snail, it's going to be your flat spiral, right? More of your circular snail. So you've got cone versus circle. And then where does it live? The African land snail lives on the land, and our apple snail will be found in the water. So that's ways that you could tell it apart. But again, we don't have the African land snail here yet. We do have apple snails. So apple snails, they lay these bright pink eggs outside of the water. So they will lay them on concrete culverts nearby, trees in the middle of the pond, any grass nearby. Basically, anything that is not in the water but near the water is where you could easily find these eggs. So if you ever find bright pink bubblegum eggs, you have definitely encountered apple snails. No native species has bright pink eggs. So if you see these eggs, please smash them, preferably with your foot. You might have an allergic reaction to the chitin that covers the eggs and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I deal with this stuff and I wouldn't smash them with my hands, ungloved. Gloved hands, that's different. But please smash any of the eggs that you see. And that's really just to try to reduce population. So the adults are going to be harder to find. They're fully aquatic, so they will be down in the dirt, in the ditches, in the culverts. They'll be down in the water, oftentimes murky water, and they don't, applying molluscicides or a chemical to kill the mollusks is not usually beneficial because they will burrow several feet down into the dirt, surviving any chemical treatment. So really physical removal is kind of the best bet when dealing with them, but they are large. They're larger than any native species. So do you see a abnormally large snail? Do you see bright pink eggs? And you most definitely have an apple snail. But what's really important, again, is that this transmits a parasite that is harmful to humans. The way the parasite is harmful to us is if we eat it. Normally, that happens if we eat raw or undercooked snails. Since we tend to not eat raw or undercooked snails here in the United States, there are other ways that we can get it. Have you kept it as a pet? Were you holding it and then you, touch your mouth, right? There are ways that parasites can inadvertently get in our mouth. So it's something to just kind of COVID rules apply. You touch something gross, wash your hands before you touch your mouth. And then also just don't keep snails as pets. Please don't. I know they're really cool, but please don't. Just as a parasitologist, just don't. So we did make signs with Parks and Wildlife on the Dallas Zoo that have been hung up in the area. There's even some in the Woodlands area. Just talking about please smash any eggs that you see, squish any that you see, any bright pink eggs. And then there are native species. So we do get many reports of people thinking they found the giant African land snail, but really they're reporting a rosy wolf snail. And it's a similar gestalt, right? Similar appearance. It's a cone shape. It could have striping, but our rosy wolf snail in East Texas, where we are right now, the rosy wolf snail is native. You go more towards Austin, it starts becoming invasive. So that's one of those fun, is it native, is it invasive? Well, that's up to you. And is it bothering your yard? Because rosy wolf snails are predatory. So if you're noticing an imbalance in the invertebrates in your yard, and then you've got a rosy wolf snail, it's one of those, if it's a problem for you, please feel free to remove it, right? I'm not going to go after you if you manage a native species, because even native species can be problematic as well. But that's just something to keep in mind. More often than not, you're seeing a rosy wolf snail, but we still would want you to report, because I don't want a missed African land snail sighting happening just because you're like, nah, it's fine. It's probably a rosy wolf snail. So the next thing is the red bay ambrosia beetle. This is not a beetle that you will recognize because it is so very tiny. So you will not see it, but you will see the damage that it is causing on your property or in your area. So this one's native to India, Japan, Myanmar, Taiwan. It is able to fly well, but it was brought here just a hitchhiker on imported plants. It was first reported in Georgia. So what all these different colors are showing is just over the decades how it has spreading, and then when it eventually spread over to Texas. So it is in the southeastern United States, with Georgia in 2002 being ground zero. And then it reached Texas. I think we did help do some research. It's been in Texas for about 10 years now, the red bay ambrosia beetle, and it was reported in Harris County just at the end of 2022. So kind of just showing the distribution of this beetle in Texas. First, Jasper and Hardin in 2015, Tyler County, then Bowie and Cass, then Angelina, Polk, Sabine, Shelby, and then 2022 it really hit like the almost Nacogdoches area, so Cherokee, St. Augustine, San Jacinto, Newton. Harris County was a big hit for us, and then Harrison, which is back up towards Texarkana, so going back up north, but it has been expanding in the state. And the reason we're concerned about it is not just because it's a bark beetle, but it's one of those that can transmit plant pathogens. So it infests laurel trees. Laurel trees are things like, well, not sassafras, but it's one of its host plants, but pond spice, red bay, avocado. Those are the types of species that it can infest. This is why I'm saying you're not going to see the beetle and be like, Ashley, I know this is a red bay ambrosia beetle because look at it on that penny. I don't expect you to recognize it. It does have distinguishing characteristics, but it is a very small beetle. So it might not be the beetle itself that you are noticing. It's going to be what is happening to the tree. So there are ways to identify it. It is very, very small. These are the types of traps that we use to collect them. But it does have a specific declivity is what they call it. I will call it a butt slope. So it does have a certain declivity with a ridge on it that, to me, my eyes, I've gotten trained, I can spot a red bay ambrosia beetle. So it is nice that there are actually distinguishing traits that can be trained up and found out. But again, do I expect you to have a a microscope, two, a microscope with 30x eyepieces, so then you can actually see the butt slope of the beetle with its crease? No, but do you have a sick red bay tree? How are your red bays doing? How are your pond spices, right? How are your laurel trees, your sassafras? Did you have sassafras and now it's slowly wilting, or it's not looking so great? Or it might look like little sawdust tubes are coming out. That is exactly what that is the beetle's eating its way through. So you might just start noticing issues. Is your hand?
Yes, is it cherry laurel in that group?
I don't believe so. And that's where those common names. So Persea is the genus that they mainly infect. So Persea is what the red bay and avocado are in the Persea genus. So if cherry laurel is a Persea, then it could be susceptible. See, that's where the common names and the scientific, that's where I'm like, I don't think so. I think cherry laurel's outside of.
Don't know any other
Carolina
classifications.
cherry laurel.
That's just.
What was the first part? Oh, no, then you're good. You should be fine. But yeah, that's where the common names, there's a lot of things called laurel that aren't actually susceptible to this beetle, because they're not actually, but I'm not big on plants. So plants, that's been a learning curve for me. So it's gonna be a lot of, how's the tree looking? Does it look like it's dying from the top down?
Once you spot those, your trees do,
Yes.
right?
Oh my
So,
gosh.
Yeah.
is there any sign before you spot those?
Before, so let me see, because I think with citrus, I'm trying to think of citrus screening, there might be a stage right when the leaves are wilting, but it's kind of once you see the discolored bark.
Okay.
So you might be seeing that, so that's the thing is the beetle can exist before the pathogen. So maybe you're seeing these tubes, but you cut a branch in the tree, you don't see the fungi growing. So that's what the discoloration is. It's fungi growing in the bark. So this beetle spreads the fungi. The beetle can exist without the fungi. So if you were to catch it before laurel wilt actually hit the tree, then yes, there's a pesticide that you can inject in the tree that kills the beetles, doesn't harm the tree. But if the laurel wilt has set in, then yeah, that's it, it's done. So that's a really good point. So you would want to be looking for those sawdust tubes before anything on your red bays and your avocados. Kind of once you start seeing leaf color changes, it might be too late. But then yeah, checking a branch if you see that discoloration ring, it does have to be destroyed. So that's a really good point. Mulch, I'd say burn depending on where you are, but definitely mulching and bagging. There's just absolutely no reason to keep this tree around. If it's dead, all it's doing is housing the beetles for even longer, so then the beetles can find another tree to continue on their life. So you really want to stop the whole cycle as quickly as possible. Emerald ash borer is a very similar thought. Now, emerald ash borers you'll actually have a better chance of seeing. I have those. Right? No. I should. There we go.
Probably a stupid question. Are the arborists,
No,
who you would call to take down a full-size tree, aware that they should be bagging, but they're mulching, or are they just letting it go now?
I mean, I guess here, let me start with those. I guess it kind of depends on your arborist. I would think that they would want to bag and, but also it might be at the discretion of the homeowner too. One of those like, well, if the homeowner's not worried about it, would the arborist be worried about it? But if the homeowner is like specifically, I need you to bag this before disposing, then they'll be like, oh, I know why the homeowner is asking it. It's one of those, like, they may not offer that service unless the homeowner requests it, because it's a matter of time and effort. And that's always the fine balance of, there's a lot of effort and time that goes into this that you don't necessarily see in the end. Or, you don't get paid for, or the people don't get paid for those extra steps. But that's a really good point, is I'd like to think a lot of arborists are aware, but they may not just include that in their services. It might have to be requested of them. So the emerald ash borer got here on wood pallets. So pallets made of ash trees. It is a wood boring insect, so it was able to burrow in there as a pupa and then came across from Russia over here to Michigan, and then it emerged as an adult. So it can infect any type of ash tree. So any fraxinus species. So prickly ash, not a fraxinus. But your Texas ash, your green ash, your white ash, any of those fraxinus species are susceptible to emerald ash borer. It does not matter if it is old or young or a healthy tree, the beetle will destroy it. It was first found in Harrison County in 2016. So this is kind of how it was looking until last year. Then last year, it was a sad day. It jumped 12 counties. So first it started Texarkana area, and then it jumped over to the Fort Worth, Dallas area. So Tarrant and Dallas counties, it was where it was found in about 5 years after inception. And then, yeah, this past year. So then there'd kind of be neighboring counties. Okay, well, Cook County's next to Tarrant County. That makes sense. Oh, Dallas County's next to Tarrant County. That makes sense, right? But last year it just big jump, and now it's found as far south as Waco. So there's been a big jump. This is one of the species, it is able to fly well. So the fact that it made it here, and then we were moving it around in firewood all willy-nilly for a while too. We've given it a very big free ride, and then it can get itself the rest of the way there. So this is its life cycle. The adults emerge in a D-shaped exit hole. That's because their backs are flat. So that's just a shape that's kind of unique-ish to buprested beetles in general. So they emerge, the adults will lay eggs on the bark, the eggs will hatch, they'll form the larva. So right now what's going around is an EAB adult and the larva. So you notice the adult, it's not huge, but it's at least something you can see with its eye. With your eye, and then the larva will chew through the tree. They're the ones that will disrupt the circulatory system of the tree. And then they'll pupate over winter, so several months they'll be in a pupa, and then they'll emerge the following spring. So right about now they would emerge as adults, and that's how it arrived here in a pallet. We were unaware as there were pupa embedded in the ash tree pallet, and we had no idea. And then the adults emerged, and now it's killed billions of trees and cost us billions of dollars. So how do you know you might have an emerald ash borer problem? It's going to be very similar with how do you know you might have a red bay ambrosia beetle problem. Health of your ash tree. Yeah, not like your pecan tree. I mean, there are many things that live in many different kinds of trees, but when I'm talking about this, we're talking about your ash trees. So is it the canopy dying? Does it look like it's dying from the top down? Because that's a sign nutrients aren't reaching the top. Is it trying to regrow, right? Are you noticing some regrowth at the base of the trunk? Are the leaves a little weird? Does the regrowth look a little weird? Again, that's a sign that your tree is stressed in general. It can't get nutrients all the way up, so it's just trying to restart something. It's trying to get something going. Oh, ah. Well, what on? Oh, that really went. Woof. Okay.
go.
There we go. All right. I'm like, that really went. All right. D-shaped exit holes. So that flat back will give you a D shape. It's just other wood boring insects might have larger circular holes. So that's just a sign. But this is one of those stages of if your tree is already losing bark, it's done. It's done. The circulatory system is shot. Do not save the tree. Please mulch it. Please get rid of it. With this one, at least the beetle is larger. So this one, you might want to be more specific with your arborist. Say they only do like a 1-inch mulch. Say I need a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 inch, a finer mulch, because the beetle is a little bit bigger. So that means that mulching, because the mulching is really to like literally chop up the beetles that are inside of that tree. So you want to just request a finer mulch because the beetle, while bigger than a red bay ambrosia beetle, is not a massive one. So if the tree is losing bark, it's done. Please remove it. And that's really the only thing you can do once it's heavily infested. If you catch it before bark is coming off and all of that, again, there are pesticides that can be injected into the tree. Yes, ma'am.
When you say bark beetles, I think of pine trees. Is there a different type of bark beetle?
Bark beetles exist in any kind of tree there is.
Okay.
Any tree out there in the world has bark beetles.
Okay, also, so that's a very expensive thing to do, to mulch the trees and have these invasive species. So some of the funds that are distinguished for management of invasive species in the state of Texas, is there any type of relief for homeowners if they want to encourage them to properly get rid of these trees? I mean, just to cut down a tree is like $750. A lot of people don't have the money
Yeah.
for this. So is there any type of Texas state-based agent? I don't know, something.
You know, and that's something that we get asked often is, no, basically, no, there's not money that goes to that always. There might be where, temporarily an agency might have funds to then they're the ones going out and able to removing the trees from the property and stuff, but these are not like consistently funded entities where I could be like, oh yes, this group always does this. No, it just might be like, well, A&M AgriLife up in the Dallas area might have had funding to remove trees for a few years, but now that funding's gone. So there's not a consistent, but because I even think about our Brazilian pepper tree cooperative down in Aransas. So that's about replacing a tree, but they have to wait to get the funding to remove it from people's yards to kind of release that burden. And so I don't think that there's been something that's consistently funded just for the removal of these trees off of private property. I think a lot of it's going into removing them from maybe lands of public property where they've been discovered, but also a lot of funding is going to just still tracking where the beetle is. But that's something I should look into because maybe something's popped up recent, especially with this recent explosion of the beetle. I'd really hope they do provide something like that because it's one of those where like $1 million the right way could really help out like a ton of Texans just in managing that one simple thing.
When we talk about the mere size of what 95% of Texas land is private ownership.
Yes,
Oh,
yes it is.
That's where it's happening.
That mulching, could be back to us in mulching?
Oh, like should you keep it as mulch?
No,
Oh.
it's good they remove the tree, demolish it. And that maybe happen that somebody trying to sell that mulching to you back in the back, to mulch your plant. And come back to us, the infestation.
You know, I don't know. I don't know the life cycle of mulch in general, but that could happen. That's also why we do talk about like if you are able, like say you have a mulcher on your own property, right? We say, you know, don't mulch invasive plants or in fact, like don't keep that because yeah, you don't want it to come back. But if you're ever nervous about what's coming into your yard, you can do the sunning method with the mulch that you're bringing in, where basically you keep it in the bag and you have it in direct sunlight for about 2 weeks before you integrate it in, because that's doing that nice oven method of killing anything in there. So you could always quarantine things before you bring them in. But I mean, yeah, that's a good point too. Like, how do you know what happens to that mulch? Like, let me make a couple notes on this Scantron. Mulch. And then I like the, okay. All right. Donation. All right, so how do you tell the insect apart? So the emerald ash borer can be told apart. So there are green group-crested beetles. There are beetles like this that are native to the United States. You could find them easily in your yard. However, there's going to be a couple ways to tell the difference. One, those green beetles do not live on ash trees like the emerald ash borer does. Two, I like to call the emerald ash borer a Christmas beetle because it is green on the outside, but you lift those wings and it is red on the underside. Its wings and abdomen do not match. So it's green and red, maybe a reddish purple. It may sound like, oh gosh, Ashley, you're talking about me breaking the wing off of a bug. But think about the bigger picture, right? We're talking about one beetle versus have you found a highly invasive beetle 100 miles from its closest known spot, right? So it's one of those, the bigger picture. But doing something as simple as that is taking the wing off. If it's a different color, please get a hold of us. So these are just some native Agrilla species. These are native wood borers that are here. Notice they are not ash trees. I highlighted their host trees are not ash trees, but we do have native versions. It's just their wings and their abdomens are the exact same color. So if you were to take the wing off of that guy, it'll be green underneath, and this one would be bronze underneath. So again, that is going to be a major telltale for the emerald ash borer. And that's something I just appreciate is when the invasives have one of those, like, this is a definite, if you find it on an ash and it is red and green, then you have it. I appreciate when it's severely defined because then you know. So we've got, you'll have a transplant from Pennsylvania. So she's very well aware of these spotted lantern flies. And she could probably talk more about these and how problematic they are than I can, because I have not had to deal with them in real life. So I've got some, they are not the best looking specimens. Like this one, the wings are not connected, but they're good. So they are beautiful insects and they're very unique, which I appreciate because there is nothing in the United States that looks like this. Might be a couple butterflies that might confuse you, but there's really nothing that looks like this. So it was first reported in Pennsylvania in 2014. So this is a more recent introduction, just last decade. It was probably hidden on imported goods, right? We can only find so many things all the time with the millions of things coming in ports every day. So It started as kind of a nice little localized area, so it was spread over throughout Pennsylvania, over to Jersey, New York. And then it has spread down into North Carolina, but it was really getting the, kind of the colonies area, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Virginia, but it's been expanding. So this is 2021, 2023. It's slowly expanding more into Illinois. And then there has even just last September, because she asked me, she's like, we don't have a chance of it getting here, right? And I'm like, well, I don't know. It was just reported in Tennessee last year, and Tennessee is not that far from Texas. And unfortunately, this is a good flying insect. Again, not every insect, just because it has wings, does not mean it's a good flyer. These are good flyers. So that's one of those like, well, I really hope it doesn't make it here. But again, Tennessee is not that far away, especially to a flying organism. So why are we concerned about spotted lanternflies? These are one of those invasive pests that can feed off of a bunch of different plants. Some that are economically important, like our cherry and apple trees and our stone fruits. Again, apple and cherry, that's more of a northern concern, but we have stone fruits, we have peaches and those kinds of trees. So that's a concern for us here. And then there's also so we've got the economically and then also ecologically important trees as well. So your maples, your birches, these trees that make up understories, make up the creek sides, and then also our common grapevines. So that means your native Mustang grapes and then also your wine producing grapes. And Texas has really gotten a very good wine production. I mean, we've really come up with wine production in the past 30 years to where this whole area, so they also use a host plant. So spotted lanternfly, it not only can infest and feed off of these types of plants, there's also a bunch of invasive plants that it's able to live off of. So that's the thing that humans, we weren't quite thinking of. When you move something from one place, it's kind of like, so the tree of heaven is what the lanternfly lives in when it is in China, living in China. It lives off of the tree of heaven. So tree of heaven has been planted here. All these green counties are where the tree of heaven is in Texas and the southeastern United States. Tree of heaven has been here for hundreds of years, and it's found in at least 47 of our Texas counties. Thing is, when you bring something from a certain area, if something else from that area comes in too, it's gonna go, oh my gosh, home away from home, right? So that's what the lanternfly can do with the tree of heaven. So here we've got tree of heaven planted all throughout the state of Texas, and it specifically overlaps what area of Texas? The wine producing area of Texas as well. So we've got tree of heaven, we've got other kinds of plants for it to eat. So Texas is like ready to be invaded by this lanternfly.
What are its natural predators?
Well, so I know it's not like toxic or anything like that. So I think just other birds and lizards and things like that are its predator. It's just one of those, they're really gregarious, like huge population explosions.
Because like the love bug, it just tastes bad to animals, which is why.
So they just, yeah, yeah, I was like, I don't think, yeah, because I know like the marmorated stink bug stinks and things like that, but this one, I think they would be able to be eaten by native species. It's just one of those, their populations are just so large when they come out and they just kind of eat everything. So what's also really great, so I like it when an insect is conspicuous, so observable and unique. So this one, it's about an inch. That is big for a bug, and this is actually a bug. This is a bug, a lanternfly. So it's a true bug. It gets up to about an inch, and then it's like a watermelon eye spot kind of going on. So it's got the spotting on the front wing and then your watermelon slice on that back wing. Again, nothing in the United States looks like this. We might have some butterflies that are black and red-ish, but nothing looks like the lanternfly. So if you come across anything that looks just, this is weird and it's black and red and I don't like it, send us a picture. So the instars start off as black and white, and then they get just more red growing in them, like we talked about in entomology. So these go through the incomplete metamorphosis. And then the tree of heaven plant, if you have this in your yard, please remove. Yep, sure.
As scary as it is, education seems to have been able to decrease the numbers a bit back in Pennsylvania because people, people go to parks and they're squishing these all over the place. But also in the wintertime, they go out and find little clay looking deposits and squish the eggs or grapevines. It's actually something you can actually do something more about. So you get out there and the humans become the predators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And it's good that it's actually, see, because it's one of those education, because if you got people that just aren't doing anything,
Right.
then the problem isn't going to get any better. So removing these trees is also a good way to kind of prevent it spread here in Texas. So if you happen to have a tree of heaven, please remove it. So this is one of those trees where it's been here for a couple hundred years. It was brought for ornamental reasons. It's a pretty tree, has pretty seeds. And it's been brought here, but it overtakes sites. It has very aggressive roots. It's like a tallow. It produces toxins, preventing the growth of other native species. So it produces toxins that benefit its monoculture. And then the root systems can damage foundations, sewer lines, things like that. So it's an aggressively growing tree that produces thousands of seeds. So one tree can produce up to 325,000 seeds. I'm not even sure. I think, is that a year? Is that its lifetime? I kind of feel like it's a year, but I don't know. But anyways, they produce a ton of seeds. And they're a lot like the ash tree seeds. So they're your papery thin kind of seeds, those samaras. But bright yellow, pink, orange, like very bright, very colorful, pretty seeds. That's partly why it was brought around here. So is it one of those? It's got a bunch of leaflets on it, large leaves, bunch of leaflets, pink samaras. You probably have a tree of heaven, and I would like you to remove it before spotted lanternflies actually do arrive here. So the next one that I hope all of y'all have a pamphlet about, the Asian jumping worm. So this one, how do you tell the difference? How do you know? So this does go under a bunch of other nicknames: snake worm, crazy worm, Alabama jumper. It's really important to note it is not from Alabama. So I don't like it. I don't like it because it makes it seem like, oh yeah, it belongs here. That's fine. So there are over 400 species in this genus Amenthus. So we're just going to stick with jumping worm for the day. So when I'm talking about jumping worm, yes, I think that's right. Sounds wrong in my head. I'm talking about worms in the Amenthus genus. So those that are in this genus have the same, they all cause the same problems, I guess you could say. So much like other invasive invertebrates, they hitchhiked in potted plants. They've actually been here since the 1910s. It's invading southward. So it started up in the Northeast. One of those, it starts in a greenhouse, gets out of the greenhouse, gets into natural environments, then it spreads throughout. And then also it looks like a thing that we use for other things. So maybe we haven't been noticing it the whole time. So a European earthworm is something that we tend to call more of a naturalized thing. So it's really important to note that in North America, our native earthworms died with the last ice age. So we have not had native earthworms in North America for over 10,000 years. Our forests adapted for a lifestyle without earthworms. But then we have colonists come over that say, it's great over in Europe, these earthworms, we're going to bring them for our gardens, and it's going to be great. Well, Now we do have earthworms, but they should only stay in an agricultural or garden setting. You should not be releasing them into a wild setting at any point. So no forests, no parks, no creek sides. If you're fishing, you need to throw your worms away in a plastic bag in the trash, which we'll talk about. But it's one of those like earthworms in general. North America doesn't need them in their natural areas, right? But we have earthworms here. So European earthworms, we call them naturalized because what do we use earthworms for? Yeah, break up the soil, make compost, form nutrients to then put back into the soil. That's why European earthworms, they're fine in the correct area. But the reason that I'm calling one a European earthworm and I'm calling the other an invasive jumping worm is because the jumping worms do not cycle nutrients at all. They do not cycle nutrients. They remove all the nutrients for themselves to where you are left with completely degraded soil. This is not soil anymore. This is actually a bunch of worm casings and soil that will not hold any moisture. So your jumping worms will take everything out and then you're left with this coffee ground soil. So if you think about coffee grounds, how it's like loose, it falls apart. That's exactly what starts happening to your soil. Your soil loses all moisture, all
Is it similar
nutrients.
to like what fire ants do? This, you know, when a fire ant.
When they
makes a
make their
is-
mound.
Is that real granular, loose soil?
It's like, yes, kind of. Like, yeah, it's just, it's not gonna feel the same, right? Like, you know, if you take a handful and you squish it, it's not gonna, but yeah, it will get kind of granular is a good word to use to describe. It's just, it's gonna seem off. And maybe you have a section of your garden where the dirt always seems dry or the plants never stay in there or they just never take root. That could mean that you're having the jumping worm problem. So a way to start with the search for jumping worms is what's your topsoil look like? Because if it's starting to look severely degraded, it might be because you have something in there severely degrading it. So the way to tell the difference, and I know we talked about this, or you know, someone heard like, oh, if it jumps, then it's invasive. I'm like, but not always. Some worms don't like to jump. So there's gonna be an overall appearance of things that will help you discern. So a jumping worm is basically, it's gonna look like an earthworm to you, but everything else about it is gonna be wrong. So you're gonna notice the soil is weird. And then you're gonna notice that this worm, it's not floppy. It's kind of, when it moves, it's more like a disturbed snake. So it thrashes around. That's how it got the name jumping worm, was it thrashes around as opposed to undulating or maybe like woo woo like other earthworms do. So it's not slimy and floppy. It is slick and firm and it moves around like a snake. So it's not gonna have the same skin, like its appearance, its cuticle, to be fair, its cuticle will appear differently. But also there's this fun little anatomy structure on an earthworm called a clitellum. The placement of the clitellum is definitely how you'll be able to tell the difference from the most part. So Asian jumping worms, the clitellum is more like a collar. So it's going to be towards the head of the body and it's flush with the body. So imagine a collar necklace on you. It's going to be flush. It's not raised and it's oftentimes going to be white. Now, if the worm, do I have that picture? I don't have that picture. Now, if the worm is literally full of dirt, it may not be white, but you will notice a coloration difference, but it will be important. Is it close to the head? Is it flush with the body? Because in our European earthworms, that clitellum is more like a saddle. It's mid-body and it's a little raised, right? So you've got a collar versus a saddle, and that is all in the handout. So there is a difference. Is your soil weird? Is it thrashing around weird? And does it have this collar-like thing? You more than likely have an Asian jumping worm, and then I'm really sorry because it's really hard to get all of them out.
Okay, so our naturalized earthworms that we have currently in the United States of America are European.
Yes. Yes, so your lumbricus, so you've got your, like, your red wigglers. But then there's like your African night crawlers, which are used as well, but those, they're still nutrient cyclers, so they don't provide this same, like, they're not invasive in that sense, because like these worms deplete any environment they're in.
And we're big on worms, so. for
Yes.
Composting and. So what
And
you're
so it's
saying
really
is
important to
counter-
keep your compost worms in a compost pile, like
So
it.
the red wrigglers and stuff.
Yes.
Earthworms, you're saying that. They serve pretty much no, like that,
The jumping worms
no,
don't.
I know, but
Yeah.
you were saying, all right, so 10,000 years ago. It's when the European earthworm were brought to,
No, they were brought here when like, in the
European
1600s, when the.
okay,
the
but-
boat that came here.
okay.
Mayflower, there we go, sorry, baby brain, I tell you, like, there's a thing, there's a thing.
But the composition of our earth has depended on earthworms since the beginning of time.
So what happened, cause I saw a really cool, so what happened, the ice age happened and then our forests. So North American forests adapted to where they didn't need the aeration and stuff that the earthworms present. So actually there's something, and I don't have it in this one, I have like a worm specific talk that I go into. But even if you look at forests before, or after even red wigglers are introduced, so say that you've got like a foot of like the detritus and stuff like that, after earthworms arrive, they will then start exposing the roots and things like that, and it's just our forests that somehow adapted to live without that. So then with us introducing even the good ones into the forest is like, hey, I don't need this, like, you're helping me too much, I've already figured this out without your help. But then you have the jumping worms that just go and destroy anything that it gets a hold of, because all it's doing is taking nutrients. At least with the red wigglers and stuff, they're putting nutrients back in. But yeah, it was something that I learned, I forget what a worm person is called, but yeah, apparently all earthworms are non-native, and yeah, North American forests just kind of figured it out after the last ice age. They were like, we don't need this help, and so then you can notice a significant detritus difference in forests after earthworms have been introduced, and sometimes it's not for the benefit of the forest because they don't need all those roots exposed, or they needed that foot of detritus around them for whatever. But yeah, my mind was kind of like, what do you mean earthworms aren't native? They're
Yeah, I've got.
everywhere. And I like digging the forest and I find it, but yeah, so it's
Yeah.
one of those, it's just really important for the good worms. Please just keep them in your backyard, right? Or if you go fishing, don't dump them, just things like that. We're just keeping them in human areas, natural areas, really don't need them.
And forests and lake states have had problems with the worms up there.
Yes, yeah, I know, yeah, Wisconsin and Minnesota have been like these lead institutes on the jumping worms, but they were the ones that were also talking about just earthworms in general, how detrimental it's been. And it's just really mind-opening. So I was like, I know we're almost we started a little late. We're doing all right. Okay, so local invasive plants and pests. So these are going to be plants and pests that you will find. They're not necessarily set up to be reported on our website, but please still look in on our website for information on how to remove them. So this is back to the not everything invasive is illegal. So there are a few plants that are illegal, and it is set up by the Texas Department of Agriculture. They have the noxious and invasive plant list. So noxious meaning it's harmful in a way like it can make you sick or animals sick. So there are different reasons why some of these plants are on this list, but there are a few that are actually illegal. If you are at a nursery and you see a nursery selling one of these prohibited species, please send me an email. I can get in touch with TDA. We are not at Texas Invasives. We are not we're not a law enforcing entity, but we can connect you to people that, like, we provide a bridge to where I know people at the TDA that can then go out to the nursery and issue them a warning, because there's literally thousands of other plants they could be selling besides this many that are prohibited. Like, this is it. This is what is prohibited for sale in the state of Texas. If you think about it, that's probably as many plants as, we already know. So things like I've talked about already: Brazilian pepper tree, Chinese tallow, kudzu, salt cedar, salvinia, torpedo grass, water hyacinth, Japanese climbing fern. A lot of those should not be for sale anywhere in this state. So if you go to a nursery and you see that they're selling tallow, because that does happen, please send me an email. I know it happens, but send me an email. It was like the best feeling when like TDA was there the next day issuing like I heard, like they're like, we issued them a warning. I was like, that is just the best feeling. Because seriously, sell anything but these ones. I mean, actually, there's a lot more to not sell as well, but let's just avoid the actually prohibited ones. So some of our prohibited species are also going to be ones that y'all will be more familiar with, I'm sure as well, but I still will pass around a few. So this is a press of, so we've got the Chinese tallow tree going around. So this one, so my mom's from Jersey, and she'd always talk about, oh, you don't know what fall is, you don't know what leaf color changing is. And then, one after she had that talk with me, and then like the fall's coming, and I'm like, but Mom, there's a tree. Look at all those beautiful colors. Like, Mom, is that not fall colors? So yes, there is a tree that does fall colors down here in Southeast Texas, and it's the Chinese tallow tree, which is probably one of the reasons why it was imported. So this one is often called Ben Franklin's tree. Did he import it? I don't know. Could the timing work out? Yeah, sure. It's been here since the 1700s. So could he have imported it? Definitely. But so this one, it was brought because tallow soap was going to be the next beeswax, which was going to be the next whatever. So that didn't happen, but they kept it because it also changes and has these really pretty leaves, right? So it's the 1700s. We're bringing in tallow, we're planting it everywhere. Unfortunately, it is one of the most invasive trees, and definitely a huge problem down in our area specifically, right? Harris County, I think in certain portions, tallow tree makes up anywhere from 80 to 95% of the canopy. It's one of those, it's really, really sad how far. So it's a lot like the tree of heaven that I was talking about. So it's got those allelopathic effects. It will change the soil to its benefit. That's how it just starts forming these stands. And then have you ever cut down a tallow tree and then you left it there and you didn't do anything?
And it comes back this
I was
way.
about to say, what did it do? It just resprouts from the trunk. So this is an extremely hardy species. And the seeds can remain viable in the soil for up to 5 years. And what is it? Dump thousands of every year seeds. So it's one of those, if you remove this tree, you need to dig up that seed bank as well. Because those seeds, they're just waiting for a little bit of sunlight to take over again. So it's the one that's changing the fall colors. And to be fair, once I became an invasive species biologist and I knew what that was, we cut that tallow out of my mom's yard real quick. I was like, Mom, this has got to go. It's got to go. I do recommend a chainsaw with a little herbicide and some diesel, and you're usually good. Yeah, little diesel, mix it in, surfactant. So anyways, it's got these kite-shaped leaves, that kite-shaped, heart shape. That's pretty unique for that tree. There's not a lot of trees out there with that. Right now, we'd have the catkins and these green seeds is probably what's out right about now. Those green seeds become those little popcorns. So the green hardens and then it becomes a brown shell that pops open, and then you've got these white seeds. These shells are full of tannins. These tannins are known to change. So just like a wine can be very tannic, or I think a tea can be very tannic, right? Bitterness. So they have a lot of tannins. Tallow trees are also now contributing to the decline of frog populations, because if the seeds are falling into the water, it's causing pH changes to the water. So then the tadpoles are not metamorphosing correctly, the eggs aren't hatching, like this tree just has impact upon impact upon impact. It can change the pH of water just from its seeds. It changes the pH of the soil just from existing. So it's a very problematic tree. And it's really good at persisting. So just definitely recommend any removal that is possible. That next one going around is the China berry tree.
Can I just say that honeybees love tallow?
Yeah, and that's what people, they say, oh, well, I keep it because the bees love it. Bees existed without them just fine. Remove it, but that's definitely something that I'll talk about too. When you manage a tree, you've got to keep pollinators in mind. So is now the right time to be, spraying a tree? Absolutely not. Wait till the bees are gone. But I mean, yeah, tallow, bees do love tallow, but it's one of those, they love a lot of other things too. So just, when they're not out. So China berry's the next one that's going out. This is another one. It's been around since the 1800s. Right now, those yellow seeds will start popping out and you're gonna go, that's a China berry, that's a China berry, well, dang it. You're gonna look at a stand of trees after this and everything will be tallow or berry. And you're gonna go, is anything a native tree right here? And the answer is gonna be no, probably not. So, China berry, it does the same thing. So it's able to change the soil to its benefit so it can form monocultures. It produces hundreds of thousands of seeds. However, what's really annoying, this one, it doesn't even serve a pollinator benefit, right? Tallow at least has the somewhat redeeming factor and bees like it. This one, the flowers, nothing. It serves no benefit to pollinators. And most parts of the plant are poisonous. So to livestock, and mammals, including our pets. So China berry has like even less benefit. Same amount of like invasiveness, but even less benefit. So those are the flowers. The flowers actually might be what's out right about now that I think about it. So the leaves are those alternate lace-like leaves is what I like to say. The flowers are what will be out right now. They're cute little purple flowers. But again, they serve no pollinator benefit. And then one way to be certain is, yeah, in the summertime, you're gonna see hundreds of yellow fruit on them, that will just mature as time goes, and then they'll fall off. So that's something to also keep in mind is when you're removing plants, the seeds that could be there. So air potato, that is something that the Woodlands Township does a lot of active removal of, which always makes my heart happy. And so the way to tell this one apart there is a native species that looks almost exactly like it, but it will never have the air potato formed. So this air potato is just a tuber that grows off of the vine, but it has a very large leaf. So 8-inch long leaf, right? So like those are big heart-shaped leaf. Like there's almost no confusing this. The only thing you might confuse it for is the native one. But if you see a potato, growing in the air, you have an air potato. So it's one of those, it's a vine, so it crawls all over. It forms these tubers that can be even 6 inches in diameter, and then it will climb all over trees. And it's one of those, it can increase wildfire damage and things like that. What's
They're removing off of sawdust right now.
Yes, more than likely that or bamboo, but if it's,
Somebody posted that they're removing invasive vine.
that's probably air potato. That's something that, I love that the township's been I guess how long have I been in? I know that the township's been actively doing that for almost 10 years now. I'm sure they've done it longer, but since they started like looping me in on trainings and stuff like that, I love that they do that. So yes, that is probably what they're removing. And then actually, because the township was doing such great removal, when the USDA was ready to release a biocontrol, I said, oh, I know a perfect place. They are tracking air potato like nobody's business. So they actually did air potato beetle release down there, and it actually was doing pretty well. So a biocontrol does well if it attacks what it's supposed to attack, it doesn't attack anything else, and then it dies when the host plant dies. Like that's a good biocontrol cycle. And this beetle was actually doing pretty well down there, and then it ends up it's also feeding on tallow. So it's a win-win. But also, I highly recommend if you are in the Woodlands Township, getting involved with that invasive species task force, because they do a lot of removal all the time. Deep rooted sedge. This is gonna be one of those, it's popped up right about now. Sedges have edges. Again, me not being a plant person for the longest, I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, don't most things have edges? What that means is that the stem is triangular and it's really cool. Like you can roll it around your fingers and feel the edges. So if you're coming across something with green spikelets on it and it's got a triangular shape, stem, words, you are more than likely dealing with a deep-rooted sedge. It is called a deep-rooted sedge because it makes a very deep root. So that makes it hard to remove. It also grows by rhizomes. Rhizomes are little side roots that like to grow entirely new plants. Very, very fun for removal. So that's just one of those ones to keep in mind as you're going to be seeing your deep rooted sedges. This will be more in like your prairie, but you easily could have these in your backyard as well. But it's just one of those, it's going to be tedious to keep removing.
Any way to control those, the deep rooted sedge? 'Cause I have it everywhere.
You know, I mean, I think there might be some specific herbicides, but I don't know. I was like, I feel like there might be some, and it might be a matter of timing
Okay,
to when
yeah.
to.
That's just round. I know.
Here's-
Yeah.
So the next thing that's getting passed around is the hammerhead flatworm. So this is one that it's gotten a lot of press. It's everywhere. Yes, y'all have it. Yes, the word neurotoxin gets thrown around when talking about this, but it's really important to point out when they're talking about a neurotoxin, they mean a neurotoxin that paralyzes an earthworm. Since we are more significantly developed than an earthworm, that neurotoxin does not harm our neuro, right? So that's always like kind of my first thing is, yes, it has a neurotoxin, but no, it does not harm us. At most, it might cause an allergic reaction on your hand. So if you just feel some type of way about flatworms, because they're kind of gross, I mean, just wear gloves, use a stick, whatever. But please remove these from your property and do not cut them in half. So much like other invasive invertebrates. It hitchhiked, it was in a potted plant, it was in greenhouses in Pennsylvania as early as 1901. A flatworm being a flatworm, an organism with no cuticle, it can squeeze through anything. It got out of a greenhouse. Now it's found in natural areas. And this one, it was one of those, like my invert zoology teacher, she thought these were native to the area. This is something that we didn't start calling invasive until about 15 years ago. It was one of those we just, even I think old, AgriLife things talk about it being an annelid that you can encounter in the wild or whatever. I mean, yes, technically, but it is an invasive species. And the reason we now call it invasive, it's just, it's one of those you learn more about it. And then now that we can do molecular studies and figure out where do things actually come from, we get a little more insight. So this is native to Vietnam. It is a predator of earthworms. So I know I just spent time saying, well, all earthworms are non-native, but if you have compost worms, you want to protect them. You don't want this guy. So this guy will eat your worms, all your worms. Someone was like, well, could I keep a bucket of jumping worms and then have a hammerhead flathead worm? And I'm like, yes, you could, as long as you can ensure that flatworm's staying in there, because these things, they're sticky and they are flat. They will get out anywhere.
Back in our garden, because the second year is this year that I'm getting it back.
Getting them back. So it's what's really unfortunate about the flatworms is there's not really anything that you can do as like a prevention. So really a lot of it is finding any that you see and killing them, honestly, is really the best thing that you can do. Or if you're bringing in like new plants and you're concerned about reintroduction, just shaking off the soil on your new plants and then you know, throwing that old soil out, because that's oftentimes when you're gonna see these pop up right about now, because one, there's rain. Two, a lot of people are replanting things. They might be in the mulch, they might be in your neighbor's mulch. But really, it's just seeing them and removing them. There's not like anything you could put to deter them.
How do you kill them?
I put them in a zip bag back to so.
Yeah,
That I don't know how to find them under the dirt because they are in crevices of concrete. And if there's rain or something, they come out. So I was able to pick them up and get rid of them right away, but I don't know how deep or how wide they can. And how
Yeah. how like far they travel, or, yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is these are gonna be found anywhere that earthworms are going to be found. So it's one of those, like, they could be anywhere, and it's unfortunate, like yours are localizing in crevices, so I can't even be like, oh, you know, just hoe through your garden or till your garden every week and try to irritate. But if they're in completely non-garden areas that you can only wait to flush them out, yeah, that's the hard part, is just knowing where they go when they overwinter and then removing them. So how do you manage them? It's exactly that. Just, you can put them in a Ziploc bag with salt, you can freeze them. What's really important is you're just throwing them away in a sealed container. If you just throw the flatworm into the garbage, it will climb out and it will go somewhere else. If you cut it in half, it will make two and then it will go on. So it's just, it's something really important to know. It's like, it may not have legs, but that sucker can go anywhere and get anywhere. And it may end up on your dog's leg or your cat's leg or your leg or so. Again, it does not mean that you're going to be harmed by this neurotoxin. It just means it's really sticky. That flatworm is sticky and now I pushed the button. There we go. Aha. So it's really a soft-bodied, sticky organism. So you might find a flatworm in your shower. That does not mean your shower is infested, right? It's just they get anywhere they can. The last one, the other creepy crawly we've got here is the black velvet leatherleaf slug. So this one, its name really does describe it. It is black. I know, she's so excited every time. She's like, thank you. May I have more? So this one, it is black. It's velvet because instead of being slimy in appearance, it's velvety. It's almost a matte. So it's black, velvet, leatherleaf. Leatherleaf is the group of slugs that it's in. So do you see a black slug? Yes, it is invasive, period. That's it. We don't have any black slugs here. We hardly have any native slugs left at this point. But if it is black and matte, it's gotta go. The reason it's gotta go is because it also transmits parasites, just like the apple snail. So with this one, I do strongly recommend for your children, your grandchildren, tell them, hey, if you see a black slug, you come get mama, you come get grandma, you come get somebody. Don't touch the black slug, right? Come find somebody. Because again, we're not going around eating slugs, and I'm not saying our kids and our grandkids are going around eating slugs, but if the parasites can get out in the slime trail and your kid's touching the slug and then the slime trail touches their mouth, right? It's one of those accidental things. So just one of those to make note of for your kids and grandkids is just, hey, if you see a black slug, you come find an adult, no touch, right? We'll talk about it, but no touch. This one is found pretty much throughout the state. It's one of those species that we knew it to be, it had migrated its way up from Central America. So it's from South America, migrated up Central America. And so we knew it to be in the valley, which wasn't surprising. And then we knew it to be San Antonio. Okay, Valley, San Antonio. But then one time, one of my coworkers found it in Orange County, and that significant leap made us realize, wait a minute, this slug is probably a lot more widespread than we thought. It does carry parasites. Let's start doing an outreach and let's see. And also it is a black slug, like anybody can identify this. So we put it out for citizen requests. And then this was all the data that citizens were able to show us that now it is in over 50 Texas counties. It is pretty much widespread in the heavily populated areas, right? So it was a good thing that we started asking for samples. We did some molecular testing. We found out, yes, it does carry the parasite. Does it carry it all the time? No. But just as a precaution, that's why I say, don't keep slugs or snails with you. So as a precaution, so the parasite is preventable. Just wash your hands before touching your mouth, right? Do not keep them as pets. Again, I don't get me wrong, I love snails and slugs. I think they're so cool, but there's like hundreds of parasites that use them, not just the ones that I'm talking about. And then also it's really important, if you have slugs or snails in your yard, please just wash your fruits and vegetables before consuming them. Again, if there is a parasite in your slug, it would be coming out of the slime trail. So if it's infected and it's climbing all over your fruits and vegetables, accidental introduction. So, just again, really minor things. Washing hands, washing things before they go in your mouth. It's
Also the best. I have them in my garden. They are from Argentina, so to me they look like a slug. That like the slug I have seen my whole life.
yeah.
So, I'm like, oh, there's a slug. So, salt.
You can salt them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine too. Yeah, they're very
I'll go look for
susceptible.
that today.
I just know some people, like, they don't wanna put too much salt, cause it changes the pH of their soil, blah, blah, blah.
Just a little bit on top. And
Yeah, just
that's
a little
it.
bit, but yeah, kind of the same thing applies like I would with the plant. Say you've got a bunch of them, like maybe getting a mason jar and putting as many in there with some salt, sealing it. Throwing, but yeah, it's definitely one of those like salt is good, but sealed containers are always gonna be your. So, yeah, I'm all like, man, those really are just slugs to you, because that's exactly where they're native to. So the last little bit is before we talk about some management is gonna be save your citrus. So we briefly touched on psyllids a little bit in entomology. So the Asian citrus psyllid, this is a problem here in our area of Texas, and it's why you see a citrus quarantine sign when you come up into Walker County. So this is one of those insects that does not fly well. Not at all. So its spread is 100% humans. So it was first detected in Florida in 1998 outside somebody's door on their citrus plant. They realized, oh, there's something weird on my citrus plant. What is that? It was an Asian citrus psyllid. This psyllid transmits the plant pathogen citrus greening. So the psyllid is found in the southeastern United States, again, starting in Florida, and it has been found in Texas since 2012. And its presence has led to citrus quarantines in our state and also any other state that it's present in. So that might be why if you've ever done the plant sales and stuff like that, they talk about citrus trees, or maybe some counties you're not able to buy the citrus tree and things like that. It's just because they're trying to control the movement. Because again, this insect does not fly on its, like it doesn't fly. It maybe hops a little bit, but its movement is 100% dependent on us. So that's why quarantines have been such the effective management route for this pest. So yes, we are in a quarantine up here. So we've got the Rio Grande Valley is where it first started. That's where we have our commercial citrus production. So all those Texas ruby red grapefruits come from the valley. And anyway, so there are quarantines down in the valley. There's a quarantine here in the coastal bend, the Corpus area, and then we have a quarantine here in the Houston area. So technically we are now in Walker County. We are outside of the quarantine area. So what that means is that I live in Conroe, say I bought a citrus tree in Montgomery County. That is where I need to be planting my tree, that or anywhere within the quarantine zone. If I took this citrus tree and I drove up here to plant it, I am violating the quarantine at that point. And the reason is because the pest and the disease are known to be in Montgomery County. So I don't want to take something that could potentially be infected, even though in the quarantine counties, everything is tested and triple tested. Once it's in the environment, anything can happen. That's why we're not supposed to move the citrus. That's what that all is about, is because The disease and the insect does not move without our help, so that's why quarantining our citrus would really be best. Like my husband, God bless him, a few years ago, he was like, oh, let's buy some citrus trees from Florida and bring them over. And I said, I'm an invasive species biologist. I cannot do that. And I am specifically funded to talk about citrus. Like no, sir, I love you, but no, sir. I will proudly get my citrus trees from the master gardeners in Montgomery County, which is what I did last year. But I mean, he had the audacity. I was like, do we even know each other at this point? Talking about bringing trees over from Florida. So anyways, that's why the quarantine really is so important, is because the insect doesn't move well. So it's not as microscopic as, let's say, the ambrosia beetle, but you can see some of it with your eye. You will see adults and larvae all together. So I like to call these bugs a little snooty because their butts are up in the air. That is actually something unique about the psyllid. Its butt will be a little bit up in the air. But also you might notice, like, is there a white bill, or does it look like something's kind of growing over the plant? That's actually the white waxy secretions of the larva. So like aphids secrete honeydew, these psyllids secrete these wax strands. But these wax strands can kind of be visible and look like a dusting. So this could be a really good sign that you have the psyllid. And this is one of those similar things. If you catch it when it's just the insect, you can save the tree. But if the disease is already in the tree, it's done. So those are ways you can see, you have some snooty looking bugs with some weird white wax stuff, please contact us. But the citrus greening, it does what the name kind of suggests. It makes everything green. It takes the green out of the leaves. The fruit basically becomes inedible, asymmetrical, sour, too many seeds. And then the tree dies within 3 years of being infested. So we are doing public education about this. We are providing psyllid trappings. So if you're concerned if you have citrus trees and you're concerned, I can come by and set up this lovely yellow sticky trap for a couple of weeks. And then I come back by and then I pick it up. And I can tell you if you have psyllids or not. And if you're worried not about psyllids, but about if maybe you have citrus greening, we can also provide some in-field testing of that. Because it is important to note, citrus, and I do provide citrus specific workshops as well. Sometimes what might look like citrus greening could be that you have too much nitrogen in the soil, or you've overwatered your citrus. So just definitely double check a few things, but also, I mean, feel free to reach out. Half Bag will travel. We are funded to do citrus specific outreach and then any field testing if needed.
What is the cause of citrus greening? Is that a fungus or is that part of the psyllid?
Oh, great. It is a fungus is that one a bacteria or a fungus? It is a fungus that's carried by the psyllid. So managing invasive plants. A lot of it is going to be here in this retreat, monitor, maintain. You're going to feel like you're going crazy because you're going to be doing the same thing again and again, and potentially to the same plant again and again. But the thing is, if invasive plants were easy to take care of, I'd have a completely different job. We wouldn't be talking about invasive plants, right? They are persistent for a reason. So a lot of it is treat early, treat often. So just finding it as soon as you can. Get that tallow while it's a seedling. Don't wait for it to get bigger because it'll only be more of a problem later. And oftentimes we do have to integrate a couple of things. Usually just a chemical treatment won't be enough, or just cutting it down won't be enough, right? Again, if they were easy to manage, we'd talk about different things. So also being sure to remove that seed bank, like the tallow and the chinaberry seeds. Those last for years. So remove that seed bank as well and plant something in its place. A lot of the mechanical stuff would be stuff that y'all have probably already done in many areas, treating other things in general. So hand pulling is always great. Weed wrenching for something larger, consistent mowing or grazing. But it's important to double check our website first. There are some plants like Johnson grass, I believe, love to be mowed. Love to be mowed. So that's not how you're going to want to manage that kind, right? You want to pick something that it hates. Prescribed fire. I wish everybody could do prescribed fire. Honestly, that's the best way to take care of invasive plants on your rangelands. If you have like a lot of different invasive plants. But again, location, drought, those things, it doesn't apply to everybody, but it is very effective. And then tree girdling is a really great non-chemical option to use as well. Say you've got a big area that you want to try to attack, but you don't have the ability to chop it all down or the herbicide to spray everything, then you can always do tree girdling. And Cliff Tylick on YouTube is a master naturalist that has got some really great videos on how he's girdled acres of privet in the Austin area. So tree girdling, it's really just about, you're taking it to the inner bark. So you're just scraping off the outer bark to expose the inner bark. Basically, you're trying to expose the tree's circulatory system so it'll dry out and die. You're kind of doing what the bark beetles do. Actually, you're doing exactly what the bark beetles do, is you're just exposing the phloem so that it will die.
So if you do this to the Chinese tallow one, then it won't easily resprout new ones like they have it low at the bottom. Will it stop the resprout?
It might. I think sometimes it does because it's a little bit slower of like a signal to them that it's even happening, but even with the resprouts, you might, now those would come from different
With the work
seeds.
I've been doing with BioLand Conservancy and the girdling, the tree just dies. If you don't put herbicide on the girdled part, it takes about 2 years to die.
But I think it's like it doesn't even know, so it doesn't really
Yeah.
try to
And
actively.
if you herbicide it, it takes about 6 to 12 months to die, that girdled part, but no, it doesn't do that.
It like how when the trees are under attack from the beetles, they're trying something else. Yeah, I was like, wait, I don't think resprouts much of a. So yeah, that's a good point. It's like it almost doesn't even know.
It's not defending anything because it doesn't know it's under attack.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But yeah, and as she mentioned, you can sometimes just put herbicide in that wound as well. So that would be a little bit of an integrated approach if you're doing herbicide and a wound, which is actually oftentimes really the most effective. It's just always, if you're doing herbicide, it's a matter of when you're doing it and how you're applying it. And so just please always do the best you can to not just be spraying it everywhere. Right now is definitely not the time for foliar leaf treatment of plants, but cut and treat would be great right about now. So as the name suggests, you cut and then you treat it. But what's really important, you cut the tree within minutes, seconds. You need to be painting an herbicide on that stump. You don't wait 30 minutes, you don't wait an hour, you certainly don't wait a day. Because if you think about when we cut ourselves, the next day is the wound already starting to heal. Yes, so then it's going to be a lot less penetrable. So cut the tree. I like to have someone's cutting, another person is painting on the herbicide. I like to use a paintbrush again, because just trying to limit spray, things going all willy-nilly. So this is foliar spray. This is the kind that you spray on the leaves on the tree. This is the kind you should not be using right now during flowering cycles, because that will impact pollinators. The herbicide can get into the flowers, affect the nectar, which can affect the pollinators. So it's definitely not something to be doing right now. Just wait midsummer to fall. Just wait for those flowers to fall off. And you should be okay if that's really how you want to approach it. And I always recommend putting something like an old milk gallon over the nozzle end. It's because it'll spray like this big wide spray. So if you get the gallon, at least you're focusing this, you're just focusing the spray a little bit more. Again, just trying to reduce our impact. Basal spray is just that, you're spraying at the base of the tree. This one, it's kind of like doesn't necessarily matter if it's flowering or not, but I still recommend to not be applying these herbicides when the tree is flowering at any point, because there's been some studies, but you don't know what's getting absorbed and then circulated and then put into nectar of those flowers. So even though you may just be, you're not spraying the leaves like the foliar spray, right, but you're just spraying the tree. It's just one of those, you don't know what's impacting the nectar. So just if you're spraying, try to do it when there's no foliar, no flowers out. And the same would go with this. So hack and squirt is kind of what she was bringing up when you girdle and then you put some herbicide on top of it. That's like a little bit of what this is. Hack and squirt, it's just that. I mean, these names, they're really on the nose. You hack around the tree, you form little divots, and then you squirt in the herbicide to kill the tree. This is again something better not during flowering periods, because even though this shouldn't impact the nectar, you just don't know what is being absorbed by the tree, what gets put towards nectar, what then goes towards the pollinators. So just these are different methods to apply. And also, fun fact, just in general, tallows are more receptive to herbicides and just management options around October anyway. So it kind of works out to just focus on not doing this during flowering periods. And then the next and most important thing after you've removed it is you have to put something in its place. Again, they produce hundreds of thousands of seeds. That one seed is just waiting for a little bit of daylight. So please just plant something else in its place. And then just remember, like I was talking about with the tree of heaven, yes, so the tree of heaven is considered invasive in itself, but also think about exotic plants in general. So maybe it's not invasive, but maybe it's exotic. Maybe it's not the plant that's the problem, but what could your exotic plant be attracting, right? What shares a common home range with the plant that you're trying to put in your yard? So that's just something to keep in mind. We've talked about this in bits and pieces. So again, native or invasive, if your tree has died from beetles, get it off your property immediately. Just, especially if it's like your oak tree died and you have other oak trees on your property, that's really why you're going to want to remove it, because otherwise they'll just keep hopping from tree to tree. Because even our native species, I always like to put it like this. Our native species, like they like where they live. They're not trying to burn the house down. They're very much like, let's just have a good time. Let's have a party. Let's not get caught. Like we're just going to stay here. This is our neighborhood. Invasive beetles are like, F this house, F the neighborhood. I'm lighting it all up. It's all going down. And that's how invasive beetles are. Like they just set the whole neighborhood on fire. Our native beetles, they want to stay in the house that they're in. But sometimes the tree gets stressed. And the beetles are going to win in the end. So especially a year like last year where a lot of our trees got stressed. Yes, even your native beetles could be killing your trees. So that's where it's just, it may not be able to get mulched, but if you can get it off your property, get it off your property. So these are just a few of the things that we talked about. So these were the sentinel pests that I talked about with you today. So things that you can go to the website and report. Apple snail, giant African snail, emerald ash borer, spotted lanternfly, red bay ambrosia beetle, Asian jumping worm, citrus greening, and Asian citrus psyllid. And then y'all listen to me talk about even more species that can't be reported but are easily found in your area. So things like the tree of heaven, the tallow, the China berry tree, and the flatworm. Just to recap, those were the sentinel pests that you listened to me talk about today. And then I know we kept talking about, what about the submitting reports? It's really not hard, I promise. Submitting reports. So some people are like, well, why do I submit reports to you? Like iNaturalist exists and there's all of these things. Like why do the thing on your website? Well, the reason is because our website predated things like iNaturalist. So our website is still going to be a good resource to provide that info because we have ties to Parks and Wildlife, to the U.S. Forest Service, to A&M Forest Service. We have ties to where we can help get them attention directly. Now, does iNaturalist have filters and things that the certain employees at the different entities can look at to kind of filter through? Yes. Long story, yes. iNaturalist is great, but if you're reporting on our website, we can get it to them so much quicker, just a direct, like a kind of like a, hey, this one is important versus them having to set up a filter on iNaturalist to look for certain words like that and then check it every day. So really that's a lot of it is we have the connections, so please just keep using our website. iNaturalist is amazing. Please also post there as well. But that's really why we want it in both places, is because we have like we can get it to the people who need the attention who need to pay attention right away. So again, you just go to texasinvasives.com. Those sentinel pests, they're right on the home screen. Click left or right. Again, if you don't like left or right, you can click take action, report it, and then you can scroll up and down instead. So there's just two ways to view. We also have a phone app that's still working for iPhone, so our Texas Invasives app. And then when you are reporting something to us, this is the form. This is it in all its glory. If you could at least give us an email and a location of the organism, that is at minimum what we need, because we need an email to then contact you and let you know, yes, this was the right thing, or no, it wasn't, but thank you for your report. We appreciate your vigilance. And then a location of where you're reporting, a picture as well. I mean, we really do need a picture. It's just important to remember. So the website's really old, and phones nowadays take huge pictures. Huge, like one picture is like 40 megabytes now. The limit here is 2 megabytes. And back in the day, 2 megabytes was huge. But that's not the case. So just also kind of keep in mind of maybe, what is it when you compress, that's it. Yeah, compress the photo before you attach it. And also, if you are just worried, you can just physically email us as well, as like if you're not sure. But just please note, taking pictures, contrasting background, very nice, just things in focus, right? Like what is being reported here? I think it's a China berry. But if you're reporting things to us, it has to be with a certain level of confidence that I'm right. So just making sure that it's in focus, whatever you want me to be looking at, or our experts to look like. Again, I'm sure that's a China berry. Like I'm certain. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but it's one of those like a certain level of confidence. So just please send pictures in focus. And if you're concerned about the image, you can always just send us it to invasives.com. So to kind of .org. Oof. So to recap, invasive species information. So the critters I talked to you about today, and even their management is available on our website. Yeah, no need to memorize, available on our website 24/7. The sentinel pests are those big bads that we want you to report. Those happen through the texasinvasives.org website. Other sightings. So if there's other invasives that you just want to talk about, want me to know about, or you're concerned maybe your image didn't upload, you can always send it to our shared inbox, invasives@shsu.edu. And then if you'd like me to come talk about citrus diseases or worms or other invasive species, you can always send me an email at ARM001. And I do have some business cards up front. And that's it.